Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We're going to begin with a puzzle level today by Sir Schlecht, a fairly recent upload called Toadette's Great Hall. Very convenient that you submitted, since I did have this on my list to play on a puzzle stream yesterday, and we didn't get to it, because the puzzle I had before it went that badly. Meal64, welcome back as well. Yes, it has been a while. We had a bit of an unexpected interruption to the stream in November, so we are back at last. You will have to wait behind a puzzle though, so hopefully you're able to stay. And I'm looking forward to whatever you have for me today. But first of all, Toadette worked exceptionally hard to build this wing of Peach's castle. How hard exactly? Let's find out. Love those googly eyes in the thumbnail image. Captain Redbeard, I did make it out of the puzzle, and I also realized afterwards, I made it out of the puzzle last night with an unintended solution, and I realized afterwards that I had actually very early on mentioned in passing the correct solution, and was one step away from actually trying it, because I lost to too many execution mistakes and forgot what I was doing. Okay, so you've got a spiny shell here. You've got a pipe over there that looks like it's just there as a pipe. POW dispenser. It looks like we have to carry the POW down. Let's make sure it is a POW dispenser. Although, if we activate the POW, that would kill the spiny shell over here. But it looks like this is mostly here to get you through the door. So, let me just check this. POW dispenser? Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't matter that we killed off the shell right now because we don't have access to it in any way, shape, or form. Anyhow, let's make sure it is actually a death pit. It is, okay. Just checking. So the intended solution shown after clearing it my way wasn't necessarily the correct one. It was the correct one minus one step. I was wondering what step I was missing so I wouldn't have to outrun the snowball. I had actually figured it out, and I just hadn't really gotten as far as trying the correct maneuver. Zach Devine, welcome. Looking forward to yours as well. Okay, so he is going to bounce down here. Interestingly enough, well, I mean, we'll see what happens when we do toggle the on-off over here. We want to get out of the key door. And we have access to both of these doors, but both of these doors force an item drop. Let's check them both, just to get a lay of the land. Okay, looks like there is a forced scroll stop on this screen, which is interesting because it tells me this is actually one screen left of the screen we had just seen previously. That probably using the either the custom scroller properties or the vertical world, actually, if you look at the scroll stop up top. That this is the left side of the previous room, and we should think about it accordingly. Because it does mean that if we lower this using the on-off switch toggle, the blaster will then open up a column that will allow it to fire a P-switch on this side. Firing a P-switch on this side does what? Well, this is the door we just went through to go over here, so I'm not sure. Yeah, and of course, if you respawn through this door, then you move the camera such that you recenter yourself from the exit point. That looks like it's going to be key to understanding the level. So, before we go any further... Whoop. What? Oh, I see. With the vine in place, then I can no longer enter this. So, we'll enter like this instead. And return to the original room. That's interesting, that it loops around like that. Yes, because, of course, this door lines up with the other one. And change character to Luigi? Yeah, we'll do that. Starting with the next attempt, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And let's go through here. Still just getting our sense of how things are laid out. So the key is located next to the P-balloon. The snake block, don't know what that's going to push, but it could just kill off the blaster, potentially. It says note block holds to P balloon. Well, note block is tied to P balloon and key. I'm not exactly sure why, but if you look at the initial room, it probably has something to do with the note block over to Spiny Shell. Which... well, we'll have to think about how that could potentially be activated. But it looks like I would have to climb up here, and then trigger something across the bumper. Possibly. We'll see. A lot of things to work out here because we don't know what else is going on. Notice that also when we have an on-off switch that is pressed later on and we return to this room, that what's going to happen is that we will no longer have the POW available because of the way the conveyor is pointing to the right. We'll also no longer have the mushroom available over here. What the mushroom is for, we don't know yet, but we'll probably have to take a hit at some point. It might also affect our ability to climb. Don't know that yet. Looks like an active P-switch is going to be relevant in some manner. And yes, let's just continue exploring to the left then. Let's not touch the 50 coins just yet until we know what we're doing. Looks like this would just bounce me in and down. This spawns you back in the middle position here. Gives me a P-switch. But then... can I... whoops, nope, I lost a P-switch. And also, it's not far enough to enable to respawn here, so... I think I actually just locked myself. And we will have to start over as Luigi. I totally did lock myself. Alright. Let's be aware of that. Yeah, notice that little vertical scroll on the camera as you're coming up. I think that's a very sure sign of a scroll locking mechanism that's happening here. This is the main world, so it is built horizontally. But let's take a look here. But basically the height is enforced in a way that may or may not be interesting. You switch over here. We should actually just hit the P-switch in certain places and see what happens. Nothing happens here. But if you go back to the previous room with an active P-switch, the conveyor belt will be stopped, but at the same time the P is still inactive that way. Okay. I see why that is, actually. It's so you can't... yeah, this is there to prevent you from grabbing the POW from a frozen conveyor belt if the conveyor belt is in a blue state, and therefore attempting to point to the right. Let's see what that's for. Okay, next, P-switch... what we can do is we can press it and then go left, perhaps, and see if anything changes. As we know, we'll have access to another one. Oh, whoops, no, missed it. That's okay, we reactivated. Oh, come on, you're trying to get in the door there. Missing. There we go. Nothing happens. However, if we grab this 50 coin over here, you know, we don't actually know for a fact that this is to the left of the same room continuously, because it might also just be an optical illusion, and the 50 coins, whether they've been taken or not, might be a clue as to whether it is an optical illusion. Thank you for the follow. I feel like it is going to be something like an up throw that would raise this, perhaps. But we'll see. Let's keep our eye out for any 50 coins that may have been consumed, because that actually is something that would be retained as a state marker, so to speak. Also... Well, because of the scrolling, at this point we don't actually know if any of these can be entered. I'm just trying to think about what we can do potentially as an object swap. Oh, notice that this is actually a semi-solid. That's important. That's... Possibly what's happening here is that if we find a way to hit the note block, that would dunk the spiny shell under the seesaw and then make it obtainable. Once it does become obtainable, then we have the potential to bust through hard blocks. Either that, or we do an up throw over here for the spiny shell to activate the note block. No, it wouldn't, because the one-way panel would stop it first, so that's okay, worth checking. I think what it is, though, is that an object is going to fall on top of the note block. It's going to push the spiny shell down. The spiny shell is then going to become available for my head here. So we do have to watch these semi-solids carefully for clues like that. Game audio is wonky. Yeah, thanks for letting me know when came in. That's just happens sometimes as we start off the stream. Let me fix that quickly. And hopefully it doesn't break everything. And Dash Shrimp Fajitas, welcome. Well, thank you for the submission. We might be a while because of the puzzle here, but we will try to get to everyone who submits as usual. Once I've figured out whether we fix my audio without any further issues. I got too many cables going here. They're starting to interfere with each other from time to time, I think. Yeah, Dash Shrimp Fajitas. We'll hopefully get to your submission soon enough. Alright, so I think there's going to be some kind of up throw that has to happen at some point. But currently we don't know what's even accessible to me yet, because we don't seem to have a way forward. However, go through here. Just trying to think about what we could possibly do. Having this available, I mean, we don't have a way to pick it up or do anything yet, but possibly we could lift it. We're in the middle section here. Thinking about whether some other object we can activate. Given the screen position, let's just check this. Yeah, we know that. We know that this is just slightly out of the way. One thing that would be useful if we do eventually get to Spiny Head, of course, is being able to just break this outright, which might be helpful. Also, notice that I've been in the mushroom state all this time, and I don't know if any other mechanism would be perhaps affected by not being big. That matter affected by... Oh. What do we drop the mushroom here? In case there was some kind of mechanism that's out of range for Luigi, that might be affected. We know the up throw with the POW is not going to work over here. We also don't seem to think that's reachable. So far we haven't seen what could get me a state switch. However, one possibility is that we skip the mushroom and try to get into the green pipe. The only thing that I haven't tried yet that looks like a potential entrance. The problem with that, of course, is that we can't reach. Can we? Let's just try it. Looks like it is out of reach. 6 tiles, is it? Yeah, maybe it is out of reach. Okay, then. Doesn't seem like we have a good way to take damage, though. With a P-switch, we freeze the conveyor, but we don't currently have a good way to do that. Because, yeah, it does kind of stick out to me that we haven't been able to enter the pipe. And do let me know if the audio has any further problems. I think right now it should be okay, but never know. I'm just going to check all of these just in case. There's also the possibility that there's some concealment going on under the blasters, which is also a possibility. Yeah, because right now, I mean, we know we can press P, we know it affects the belt on the other side. But that also traps us on the other side. We don't see anything to affect over here. There possibly be anything that's affected by the 50 coins. I can't see how that would be. Let's try to push it once again. Then I'm trying to figure out how to potentially get two objects out in play, like two Ps or else. Now, notice that, yes, notice that here. If you stand at the door and up throw, possibly in the other room, you're able to do something with that spring, which is currently off camera. But if we stand right here, I don't think it's far enough, but no, it's not. We haven't quite tried. E-switch in this room, though. Yeah, because of the 50 coin, we know that it is an identical room. It's not just a trick. Maybe it's some kind of visual clue for something like an invisible block. That seems unusual. I kind of feel like we need to, perhaps, figure out how to take some damage at some point as well, so we can get out of the mushroom state. Yeah, we know how to... Okay, we haven't really gone... Well, we have gone back to the first room. P in this position, so... What changes here? Nothing. Very curious. Well, we know firing the POW here does nothing. I really do think that eventually we need to figure out how to get the Spiny Hat, and that doing so... let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's something we can reach yet, but... Because no matter what, the one-way panel position is going to block me until the Spiny Hat has been pressed down. But then what else is there to interact with that we haven't seen already? We know there's this whole blaster column here. We know there are the trampolines on the left side that we... Oh, we do have a damage spot, actually. We do have a damage spot in the form of the spike that is next to this. Okay, that might be significant. If there is any kind of state change that comes out of that. And I wonder if there will be. I mean, there's the mushroom dispenser in the first room, but there's nothing else that seems power-up dependent that is on screen that we can see. This reverts you back into the initial state. But at least we do know what a damage spot is going to be, in case we need it for something. And perhaps we do. But then if we take damage there, we still aren't really able to get up here and over to the pipe. Which again is not something that I'm convinced will be a solution, but then how do we have, say, an object down here? Oh, you know what? Okay, here's what it is. Here's what it is. Let's show you what's going on with the P-switch. If the POW starts from a stationary position going towards the belt, watch this. We're going to press this. If the POW starts at a stationary position, watch the POW. And how far it's going to go off the belt? Not very far. Okay, I was hoping that there would be some kind of momentum change that would get the POW to bounce or something. Nope. Okay, that doesn't work. I was trying to figure out how to manipulate it such that the POW would be able to bounce further by itself. But I don't think that's possible then. Because I was hoping that by freezing the belt, that it would be some kind of minor momentum change that would let the POW down here, so as small Mario, you'll be able to grab the vine and come up here to the pipe. Failing that, we should look for other options that are available while small. The only thing I can think of so far is that if you are small, potentially you're able to get up to this slot. Yeah, we duck in like this. Then what happens? Okay, just checking. It's probably some kind of state change that happens when you're small that permits you to progress. We don't know what it is yet, but we also haven't seen any way to activate the on-off switch, which is currently an issue. If we're able to get to the right side of this room through some other kind of screen wrap shenanigans, then maybe there are some possibilities here. Note block contains P-balloon key. At least that's how I'm understanding it. Let's go through. And yeah, this obviously does continue in some form over to the left, but we just don't know if there's anything that could be activated there. Do want to hit this. Should see if maybe there's a way to sneak under there. Big jump. You know, like with a P jump or something. Probably not. Oh, whoops. Let's get this out of the way for a moment. You know what? Yeah, we can use Divine. Maybe. And then that would allow me to grab the spring off screen. But only if we do it in the next room. Which would require me to respawn this because we lowered Divine. Okay, we need to do it over again. That's okay. We have found a way to progress, at least. That's the jump. You know, I was thinking about Divine constantly as just a mechanism to respawn that question block. That it didn't even occur to me to use it as a normal vine. Because when you have puzzles on the brain, that's just how you think about vines. You just don't even read them as anything other than respawning block. Okay, so we took way too long to do the obvious thing here. But, oh yes, I see the problem here is that you can't actually go that far if you're spawning in this position. Yes, you can if you spawn into this room in a middle position, though. Is that reachable? No, still not reachable. Okay. But if perhaps you do an up throw with P, up throw with a P, and have it be obtainable like this, then you push. No. No, it overlaps. Well, we came up here with a P, that's significant. But now we're stuck again. Because the P has gone off screen. Only thing I can think of is... No, I mean, if you still use a vine, you don't actually need to climb on this to jump, so why do we think that the previous room wasn't available? It's... West Second Gaming, welcome. We're doing alright. First viewer levels back in several weeks, actually. And Extra Typo coming in with a party of 24. Big shout out. Coming your way. Extra Typo, current reigning North American Scrabble champion, who was streaming some piano earlier, I saw, with a Scrabble board open as notation. So welcome, people coming in from the Scrabble side. I hope you're all doing well. And alright, let's get over here. Yeah, Extra Typo, welcome. Like I said, caught a little bit of your music streaming earlier on during game analysis. Name a 7-letter word and you'll follow retinas. I don't know if you're expecting something a little more spectacular, like, you know, a gymnast or syntagm or something. Okay, we finally got this. Great. Progress, at last. This will not do anything useful. Except that, okay. That will still not do anything useful since we can't obtain it. However, we're able to finally double back with this and progress after about half an hour of fumbling around. This will allow me to take the spring back into the previous room that then allows me to get up to the POW pipe while I'm small. That's how we're progressing here. So, let's go over here. Let's jump it. You just wanted to see the first thing that came to my head. I see, yeah. Okay. And that is not an entry pipe. But now we know. However, we might be able to do something with this guy here. Or not. Looks like it is eventually going to be some kind of object throw here, though. Let's stay small for the time being, just in case we make use of that. And let's just double back. Oh, that's interesting. I guess it's because you can come here while small. Yes, I see. It's a progressive P balloon. That's what it was all along. That it's a P balloon that when you enter this room while you're in the small state, with the right side on screen, it gives you the key. Okay, okay. That's significant progress. It's a little more than 2 screens as far as I can tell. Solid fair. It's actually a couple of screens that scroll into each other, and you kind of have to use your spatial reasoning of how they connect because the camera is in a locked position from screen to screen. So we're now on the left side of the room that we saw much earlier, and you can see it wraps all the way around to the start position. But now with the on-off switch required. Now, having Yoshi available is great because it means that we could potentially use the sideways spring, we could use an object throw, we can do all kinds of things. And it also tells me that that key is not useful. However, we can now bounce some objects. And maybe that will be fun. Clown car, what do we need that for? Notice now that the blaster is on the other side of the column. We don't know where the snake block goes yet, whether it busted. Oh, the goal is there, okay. That's interesting. But that doesn't seem useful to me yet. We'd almost certainly have to go back to the spiny shell we saw at the very beginning. Also, we lost the ability to use any other object here to go through, so... this does allow you to get back through here. Let's respawn this room. You see POW over here? Well, that's just from the other side of the first room. Now you see that everything is blocked off on that side. I don't think any of that will be reachable as Yoshi, but... let's see, the clown car mostly is there to get you back into this room if needed. We previously were able to enter that room with a P-switch, but... yeah, now having this allows me to go through here, but I don't know if we actually want to do that. This goes left. It means that previously it was able to kill the blaster. Oh, it's probably some kind of object push that would then be able to get me to the left. Either that, or we could do some kind of push with clown car. Let's try something. Okay, back up we go. And yeah, we'll have to activate this, but then perhaps we can stand here and get pushed into something and see what happens. Okay, so I'm off screen, but I don't remember what was there really. Because it's the next door that's there. But I don't remember how far off it was, and we have to kind of apply our spatial memory to do that. Because ideally, what we can do is we can drop this by one spot and then enter a door that is right here off screen. I feel like that's likely to be the answer, although we haven't gone back to the first room with Yoshi just yet to see what can be done there, so why don't we do that? We know there's no POW available, we also know there's no object that we can use here. Oh, we might be stuck, actually. I might have blown this. However... yeah, no, I might have blown this. Because we have no way to get back through the... yes, we do. Oh, we should have kept Yoshi. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. Yes, that's how to do it. You use the donut block to enter. And I should have come back here with Yoshi. And we didn't, so that was fortunate. But now we're able to progress. Actually, it would have been kind of difficult to get Yoshi with me up to the donut block anyway. We know this is a vine block, so we don't want to activate it because we won't be able to step there. And now we have the P-switch available. Having the P-switch available technically allows me to lift this. Yoshi is to the left. Oh, now that blocks me off. Okay, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that. That's okay, 84 seconds remaining anyway. We can just start over. And we flowed through most of this at this point. So... in here. And in here, we'll take damage on the left and then just make it back to the midpoint room relatively quickly. This time we can try to keep Yoshi. Because the idea would be that if you have Yoshi in this camera view, then you're able to grab the spring and go backwards a certain way. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's... okay, I can't hit that right now because I'm... yeah, no, I should have hit that first while I had the mushroom, and then come back. Let's redo this. Yeah, I need to hit the block on the right side first and then take damage. So, slight ordering issue there. We'll drop this. Then, just redo this. Yeah, just a slight nuance in the order here that we forgot about. Then we come up and grab the spring. Watch it turn out that there is a lower floor or something. Eventually. Yeah, I mean, we know where the goal is at this point, and that it just requires a little bit of object swapping to make sure the blaster gets out of our way. So at this point, we use the P-switch to enter this area. We stay small, and then we get the key. Okay. Yeah, at some point we'll need Yoshi to do an object spit that will get me access to the spiny shell. Having access to the spiny shell, I don't know what it does yet. Because we haven't really seen an object that I can interact with thus far. But what we'll do... Yeah, no point in taking a piece through, I think, because we are going to swap it anyway, but do it this way. Gives you the on-off switch, gives you Yoshi. Oh, there is a checkpoint. I didn't even realize earlier that I hit the checkpoint flag, hence why there are death spots all over the place that let you just start here in the level. We didn't even think about that. Yeah, no more key doors. But... Oh, I see why there's the key there. It's because if you respawn from checkpoint, you need to unlock this door, so the key is available there if needed. Yeah, let's go back. I don't know if we want to take this or take the P-switch, but we have access to other P-switches later, I think, so we'll do this instead. And yes, we know at this point that we should go back to... No, if we go back to the first room with no object, then we are stuck. No, we're not. But yeah, no, I should have paid attention to where the camera view is here in case we can on through there. Clown car comes out of the blaster. I don't know how that's useful yet, but maybe we need the clown car to be pushed by the snake block. And it was only released once we take the snake block. Let's not mess with that yet. I really feel like the push off screen is going to be extremely relevant to something. It's just that we can't really see the position there right now, so rather go through. Then what we're going to do... Yeah, I see. You can't really access Yoshi before the donut block falls, so you do in fact have to go back without Yoshi, by the looks of it. And you would need some kind of object to up throw over here, then go back and grab the spiny head. So it looks like we're kind of missing one step here, which is coming back into this room with Yoshi carrying an object, which I can do, I think, because we need access to two objects here. So basically we need to loop back into this room with Yoshi available. Also notice at this point that we can see what this is pushing, because we haven't seen the end of the path yet. And if we do see the end of the path, then we can see... Yeah, so I see what's going on here. That if we lower an object here in advance, like the spring, then the push off screen will land me on top of it and allow me to have access to this door. That's exactly what we suspected. We just didn't see the positioning precisely. But that's actually exactly what we do once we do obtain Yoshi in the other room. So I'm going to take a death here and start from midpoint, and we're going to redo that. Okay, grab that. That is exactly what it is. So what we do is we try to lower it by 1 tile. Let me just make sure I know the distance on a soft drop is kind of like a 1.5 tiles, which is sufficient. And then we try to get pushed over here and we enter. And that gets me over here. That also gets me potentially 2 objects. Which means that Yoshi then progressed backwards with something in his mouth. Now, which one do we want to use for bouncing purposes? Probably the... Oh, I don't know about that. I'm trying to figure out which one I would rather have, because we do have a choice. I feel like this gives me a little bit more flexibility in terms of jumping on things, and so I'd rather take it. Now the question is, do we... Well, we can't actually get on top of the door over the half tile, so we will come back over here. And at this point, the P-switch allows me to go back into the original room with 1 additional object, which is roughly what we need. I do need to do an up throw. Ah. And then am I able to throw it all the way to the other side? Let's... Well, we're about to find out. I actually think that we need to do something to spit with Yoshi. Except POW is all the way over here, however. Got it. Hang on. We don't want to accidentally enter that, of course. So I think we'll use the spring instead. And we'll get Yoshi to do the POW spit. And hopefully... No, the POW spit will probably just kill the... Yeah, no, we probably don't want to use the POW because it would just kill the shell outright. So I don't really like that. What we can do, however... Let's go like this. Let's check. I feel like the throw here isn't going to be nearly good enough. Yeah, that's not nearly good enough. We need a Yoshi spit for it. We need a Yoshi spit for it, for sure. However, we could have actually returned to the previous room holding an object. And yeah, now we can't get up here, so let's just take the death. Let's do it from the midpoint. Slight ordering issue here. I wonder if we actually want the side spring for something, but I feel like we definitely need a Yoshi spit to be the solution up top, which... But it can't be with the POW, though. But we're only going to be able to bring 1 object back to that room, which does limit things slightly. Yeah, Solar Fair, I made levels for 4YMM, and I was in 5/6YMM as well. I wasn't active so much as a maker after that, mostly just busy with other things, but... so I was only a streamer for the 7th anniversary event last year, and there is kind of a belated 8th anniversary event that's coming fairly soon, next week this year, which we'll be covering as a streamer as well. So we still playtest fairly often for... Whoops, no, this is wrong. We still playtest fairly often for people who are involved in the anniversary community projects. And you'll see a lot of them come by this stream. Okay, let's lower this in events, and let's do the loop properly. Alright, now... Okay, so now we're here again. We know it's not likely to be the P-switch. We basically need to figure out how to use the POW in conjunction with... I wonder if there's some reason why we'd want to take a POW back here, actually, but I don't think so. I feel strongly that it's got to be the spring, because it gives me so much flexibility in terms of, you know, being able to grab the POW in the other room and thing. which allows me to get out of there, actually. That's what the POW is for. It's not for object throws or anything. It's for getting out of that room. Okay, let's go back then. Because once we get the Spiny Hat, we still have to get out of there. Spiny Hat, I think, is definitely going to be, you know, busting this down. For some reason. Possibly this is... No, because it has a vine in it, so it would respawn even with the, if we do blow it up. But there might be something state-dependent with the Spiny Hat that will affect what we do later on, particularly with the town car. Okay, so we're back here. We know that this allows me to have access to the POW, which we're not going to use except as a platform. I feel like with a partial lowering of the donut block that I would have been able to get up here with Yoshi, but... Oh, you know what? No, I know how to do it. You use Spring plus POW to create a platform that allows Yoshi to jump. Then you come back here and up throw Spring, I think. Because with the POW, I'm still able to climb. Okay, that's how you do it. You dump Yoshi up there first. Let's figure out how to get out of here. Hang on, we need to figure out how to actually dispense with Yoshi for a moment. Not trivial. Okay, there we go. Can I push him? Slightly? No. Okay, there we go. No. Yeah, I want to get on the vine and then try to nudge Yoshi over. There we go. Yeah, basically I have to hop off of him while pressing up, and then allows you to do this. Now we take this, and then now we do a Yoshi spit using an up throw. Throw? Come on. Not with the POW. Up throw. Climb, get on Yoshi, and then hope for the best with a spit. Oh, come on. Okay, we recovered that at least. Now we haven't recovered that. Okay, that's an issue. Maybe this is not the right object to be taking. I wonder if a spit on something like the side spring works better. Given that we don't actually need the high jump. Let's see here. We need to rethink which object we're taking, basically. It might be the P, because the P bounces really well. And the P is also really easy to... No, because the P wouldn't give you this little bounce to get you upstairs, right? And I wonder if 2 tiles of height would be enough. Get Yoshi above the donut block. I don't think so. No, you absolutely do need a side spring. It's just that that spit is not working out. Maybe you need Yoshi to take some kind of self-damage so he's able to run over in a damaged state. But then what can we use for that? I don't know. And kill Karibo Lord. Thank you for the submission. Yeah, Solar Fair, that's a nice thing about being a Mario Maker streamer, and also somebody who was active in Maker projects, is that I met a lot of fantastic makers really quickly, and so I basically have never needed to play in the random queue or the endless queue. Because I am very, very well supplied with good levels. That's probably the best thing about streaming Mario Maker, as well as getting involved in the community maker projects, is the quality of your own experience as a player just skyrockets. Okay, we really need to reconsider this. I'm definitely missing something. If it's not with a Yoshi object throw through the bumper, it might be with a P-switch, given how well it bounces, but like, it bounces much better in some ways. So maybe we should try it with the P-switch, but that's making an awful lot of assumptions about being able to get Yoshi up there. Because without the spring, I don't know if I can get enough height. Thanks for the patience of all the people who are waiting to be played behind this level, of course. We're starting with a puzzle. You sometimes know it's going to be a long wait. That's... We also haven't really used a clown car, but I guess it's only really useful for getting back through that door. As far as we can see. I mean, it might have some other use that we don't know about yet. So what if we just grabbed a P instead of the spring? But then, have we ever actually used that spring much that is useful? We did go up in the first pass and pick it up. Just to have an extra object to work with in order to displace things, I suppose. But we don't know yet if it's useful for anything else, so let's go with a P this time, and just to see. Oh, the problem with going with P, of course, is that, yeah, P doesn't spawn in here. That's okay, that's an easy fix. We basically take one other object through first, and then we switch to the P. In that case, we actually do need this, because this would allow me to stand and go through a door. Then we switch to the P. Yeah. I feel like P bounces a lot better if you look at bounce. Actually, they all kind of bounce. I don't know why the sideways spring wasn't doing it for me. Maybe it was just the firing angle or something. But it's entirely possible that I just need Yoshi to run. Or... maybe if I use the... yeah, maybe I'm using the side spring to project Yoshi over to Spiny Shellas. I don't know. There's a lot we don't understand about this yet, but basically we need to find a right combination of objects that will get me to the Spiny Shell. And we still don't know what the Spiny Shell does, but presumably when we return, we'll resolve the... oh yeah, this is a problem now because we can't get to the POW. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, the thing is, you can only get Yoshi to run if you can get him to take some damage. No, the P strategy doesn't work for a pretty obvious reason, which is... that you don't have a way to get Yoshi upstairs. And having a P here blocks you as well, so it's not going to be the P. Let's not start over, let's start a checkpoint. Yeah, currently we're trying to get the Spiny Shell, and that requires us to hit the note block on the top left, and I just need to find the correct object to do it with. I think maybe the object throw earlier might have even have been correct, it's just that we didn't execute it well or something. God. Also notice that possibly we have access to the mushroom over here. Let me see if that's the case. Nope. It's well out of range. Well out of range. Pretty specifically placed out of range, in fact. And... yeah. Really wonder. Maybe getting the Spiny Hat is some kind of event trigger, but I'm not sure exactly how that would work. To knock this blaster out of the way. But anyway, let's do the same thing, loop around. Then we are here. Okay, I feel like the previous idea didn't really work out well at all. We need to check, basically. Yeah, the thing is that if you look at this, it does kind of come to a dead stop. Or does it? No, if Yoshi fires it, it bounces, but we didn't get a good bounce out of that for some reason. From where I was firing. Something to do with the slope where I was standing, maybe. It's not a great bounce. Like if we... maybe we need to bounce two objects. Where we Yes, yes, yes. I see maybe what we could do is that you use one object. I mean, the only thing, we only can take one object back to the original room, and the other one has to be the POW. The POW can be safely bounced. The problem is getting the POW up there. But no, we can do it because we can climb without assistance as Mario. So basically we use this plus POW. And assuming that I can get up to the POW to swallow a new one, of course, which would require me perhaps to hit a piece which... No, okay, so here's how it works, is that you would place a POW, you would then use this to bounce it, and then you would use it to bounce it again. Yeah, sorry for you taking so long, Jess. Fajitas, hopefully you're able to catch us next time. But yeah, thanks for coming by anyway, and we do run viewer levels fairly regularly, so we will try to catch you soon. Let's try with Side Spring. The main concern I have with this is that maybe I'm not able to run over to the POW to grab it with Yoshi, which would be a bit of a limitation. But I feel like using it to bounce another object might actually be the right strategy. But, so why don't we just take it back with us initially? Oh yeah, because we used it to wrap around and... Okay, yeah, I see. I wonder if we want to stop the POW using the conveyor, but the P blocks prevent us from going up there, so... Let's try it. Yeah, so here's the thing, is that this doesn't quite give you the distance that you need in order to get to the POW, which is a bit of a problem. Also, yeah, you would need to jump on something. You can't up-throw this object anymore. You'd have to have Yoshi jump on something, bounce upstairs. I feel like we need the vertical spring then, and we need to figure out how to use vertical spring in conjunction with the POW to hit this. Or maybe we just had a really bad spit. Like, maybe I should just try to standard spit again and see if we do it better this time. Because maybe I was supposed to stand on the donut block or something and the spit would work better. But it's really hard to tell because, like, I feel like there's a very precise spitting position that would be necessary to make any of that work. And then now you see what the issue is. Yeah. We need this to get the POW. And it doesn't seem like it spits far enough, basically. The POW is in the first room, in the opening room. I'll try to show that to you. Oh. Very stylish. Oh, no, hang on. Although maybe we should hit the P to freeze the POW in place, but we're kind of locked out of accessing it anyway, though, so... So basically the POW is here. If we use this, we can grab the POW. That feels like a necessary step. I really do think that this is on the right track. I feel like maybe we should just try executing the throw properly again. If we have to reset, we just reset. Because... Oh, no. Okay, we blew this. That's okay. We just get the POW and re-enter this room. Easy fix. Easy fix. OBQQ, welcome. Okay, here we go. Then, again, we're going to try to grab the POW without activating it. Can I up-throw the POW into the donut without it going off? No, because the POWs, they never really up-throw through single columns to begin with. And whenever they land, they do activate. So that would not work. However, we do know how to get the POW most of the way, which is that you would use Yoshi to carry it, perhaps. Like, if you stand here and you get Yoshi to just carry the POW, then then that's fine. Problem is, oh, maybe we should actually like do a soft drop on a POW and then I wonder if we can bounce it after that. Because the idea would be, see, I wish we could do this with the horizontal spring. Because vertical spring is never going to project this the way we want. But yeah, we're able to squeeze everything up here. The problem, you know, the fact that Yoshi can reach across here seems significant. I wonder if that's something that we can use. Does perhaps break Shellmet? Yes, because the Shellmet is sitting on a surface. So it absolutely breaks it. 37 seconds on this attempt. That's okay. We'll lose it anyway. Let me get... Okay, so since we're running out of time, let me just kill this first of all and get it out of the way. I want to try to spit. Let's see if... Yeah, the spit doesn't seem like it's ever going to go across. But if we get Yoshi to like squeeze on top of POW or something and then spit on the same row, so Yoshi's not spitting upwards. Because you see, if Yoshi's spitting straight, then this seems to bounce a lot further, right? So maybe I needed the POW to be in this corner here, and somehow for Yoshi to squeeze on top of it. Yeah, that wall being short enough for Yoshi to grab across does seem intentional. I agree with that. It is highly suspicious. Yeah, Natcat, welcome. Okay. Nope, we want to go here. Push. Happy holidays to you as well, Natcat. Yeah, if there were a way to get up to POW while carrying this instead of this, that would be ideal. But I don't think there is, because there's no way to get Yoshi up into the donut block slot without using this. I feel like it has to be the vertical spring. The alternatives just don't make sense otherwise. Can I use one of the items to crush myself to make Yoshi run? The crush wouldn't do it, I don't think. And I don't see a spot to do that anyway. No, the items wouldn't squeeze you, they would just bounce on top of you in all of these cases. The snake block crush, though, is in the wrong room. Otherwise it might work. Okay, let's grab this. And... let's go down here. Yeah, because you need this to grab the POW. And we know how to get everything across at this point. But we don't know how to set up the actual interaction. Can I use the sideways spring to push me through the bumper? Yeah, but then how would I get up there with the sideways spring? Because the problem is that I don't have a way to get Yoshi up there. And Yoshi is required to carry the sideways spring. You can't carry it without Yoshi. Which is why I'm saying it makes no sense to bring any object in here other than the vertical spring. Because nothing else is able to get you the height that you require to get Yoshi up there. Because, like, even a 2-tile stack isn't enough to get Yoshi to jump there. I feel like maybe the purpose of having POW be set down on the other side is so Yoshi could potentially set it down this way. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally activate it, of course. But maybe... Oh, whoops. Now we're going to accidentally activate it, I'm sure. Whoops. Or not. We're able to squeeze up there. Or get Yoshi to spit on top of it. Let me jump off him first. Climb. Take this. Jump up. Set it up this way, and then use the POW as a platform. And see... Nope, that's not gonna work. I feel like using POW... Whoop. Not like that. POW has to remain alive at the end of this interaction, and the reason is... no it doesn't. Because even if you expend both objects, you can always use the donut block to get back across to the first room. You just wouldn't necessarily have... Oh, you know what it could be. What if you take the POW and enter the previous room over the donut block, Yoshi plus POW. This is something new. And it totally doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't do anything whatsoever. But I wonder... if you come back with a certain object... Yeah, no, this doesn't do anything except just lose the POW. Doesn't get you any closer to Spiny Hat, specifically. What's in the cannon on the bottom right is mushrooms. But that was in the first half of the level when we were in the on state. Now that it's an off state, it's blocked off. But it was previously a mushroom. Yeah, the problem is that we just don't have a way to do this spit. I don't see how to set up the spit. The only thing I can think of is using the sideways spring to push an object, but we just don't have a way to get Yoshi up there to do that. I mean, maybe if you have... Maybe I'm giving up on the idea of having a double stack too quickly, but the thing is, even if you do a double stack, you have no way of getting a sideways spring up there afterwards. Yeah, the mushroom is basically something that requires you to... You know, half the level requires you to lose the mushroom, essentially. That's the first step in the level, is figuring out how to lose a mushroom. But we're well past it at this point, so it's not really something we need to think about, I think. 120 seconds here. If I can think of an alternative to taking the vertical spring with me into this room, maybe we can get something done. But currently, it looks like this is going to be required. Because I was thinking that, you know, maybe if Yoshi is standing on top of a POW here. Like if Yoshi spits over this slope or something and winds up on top of POW. Then if Yoshi's on top of the POW, then maybe if you're aligned with the floor tile over here above the slope, then the bounce happens properly. Because yeah, otherwise... Because it looks like... I mean, look what happens when you spit an object. I'll just try to show you. When Yoshi is spinning across level ground, you get a bounce. It's a pretty decent bounce. When Yoshi is spitting against something that is one tile up, you don't really get that. And like I said, I still don't even know what the Spiny Hat does. But potentially it gives you some kind of progress. Yeah, we're going to time out on this attempt, but... I'm also thinking about whether the P-switch activation will matter at some point, but I don't see how it would. We're trying to revert over to this state. Oops, no, not this state. I mean, we have 11 seconds. We're not getting anything done, but... just kind of thinking while I'm moving. Assuming I can't get Spiny Hat yet, I'm not sure, because right now we know where the goal is located. The goal is hidden behind a blaster that is on the right side of the course. I'll show you that in just a moment. It's when you get out of this room at the midpoint. Get out at the midpoint. And you see the goal is hidden there on the right side, behind the blaster that is firing the clown car. Oh. The camera positioning here, that might be relevant. You only ever see this on camera if you are coming out of this door, indicating to me that the last step in the level will require going into this door and coming back out of it, probably. I don't know why the Spiny Hat would be relevant to that, but... maybe it affects something with the state switching controlling. Might be something hidden. I actually don't know what else the clown car would be for, other than just getting you back through the midpoint door either. I haven't found another use for it just yet, but... okay, so we have access to all three objects. Well, P wouldn't respawn once we go back to the other room, so we basically have access to these two objects. Again, I don't know how this will actually work. I would like to use this in conjunction with the POW, perhaps, in order to get itself over, but because we haven't really used this very much, have we? Well, let's go back to where we were and just rethink this. Because maybe there's some kind of very particular mechanic with Yoshi Spit that I don't necessarily know. Does it look at a spitting distance here? It totally gives you the correct distance if you just get a good spit right position. And it kind of initially goes up to... maybe we're just not spitting in a good position, like we just need to bounce it differently, but... I don't know if we need to use that in conjunction with the POW, though, where... for now... kind of like the idea of placing this here. In case that changes anything to Yoshi's position. Yoshi can clearly reach that, basically. Maybe the position is a little less fussy. I'll throw this. Donut block. Maybe there's a particular sequence what you need to do here, but the POW cannot be the object making contact because it would just... or maybe it can be. Oops. Hang on. Oh, now I'm stuck. Okay. Well, now I blew it. Not quite, not quite. We can somewhat salvage this. Yeah, so I'm looking at this and thinking... if you project a POW on top of the spring, I'll try to show off how that looks. Oh, no, wrong. And Lucas Matiskoy pronounced that correctly. Welcome. Okay, so... Yeah, sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand your question. But... About the stream points? You mean the channel points, or something else? So I'm looking at this and thinking... If we have something like a POW bounce like this, where... Let's say, for example... No, that just projects it straight up, so it's not going to be something like using that to bounce to POW. I really feel like it has to be something like using this to bounce an object and kick it. But the problem is that I don't know how to get to the POW if we're doing that. I don't know how it is we're going to actually get Yoshi up to the POW so I can grab it. Hypothetically, we got Yoshi, you're asking, and the horizontal spring and another item in that top area. Yeah, I think so, because you would just basically do a repeated spit, right? You would just bounce like this, and then you would bounce an object across. Because I feel like it's going to be something like that if you used a horizontal spring. The problem is that you're only able to take one object through the door with you, with Yoshi. And if you take the horizontal spring, I don't know how to get it and the POW up to the top position, because it has to be the POW. There's nothing else in that room that you can use. Like, I don't think the horizontal spring idea works, basically, because we... I got... If we hit a P-switch... and then go to the other room, and no, because it... Yeah, it drops the POW into the conveyor, the P-switch stops the conveyor, POW stays in the conveyor. I'm thinking about the P plus POW combination, whether that's possible. And whether there's a way to grab the POW if we do that. I really don't think so. Really don't think so. Squink, welcome. Squink, we're still on the first level in the queue because we're working on a search select puzzle. It's taking me entirely too long. Thank you so much for the sub, Netcat. Yes, the question block under the launcher is just a vine. It is just a vine. It's not relevant to us yet. It might be relevant once we get the Spiny Hat. Yeah, because if I can do side spring plus object push here, that'd be great. Maybe I'm just spitting from the wrong position, to be honest. I've had levels before where, you know, it's just a matter of Yoshi spitting from the right spot. And it might not be anything more complicated than that. And then the POW would just be useful for getting out the door afterwards. With Yoshi intact. "25 seconds, it's not going to happen this round, but let's just do one last attempt to just find a spitting position and seeing what the different placements do for me. Like this, doesn't go far enough. This doesn't go far enough, where you lean in like that. That doesn't go far enough. Is that really the best we can do? Yeah, that's the thing, is if I do side spring plus POW, I don't know how I'd even get the POW in the first place, and I don't know how I'd get to side spring up there either, because it can only be transported with Yoshi's mode. Notice that key would be obtainable off screen if it... Well, no, I mean, logically the key is never going to appear there, so... There might be some other missing step here. Oops. Can I chunk that mushroom in the first room? No. It's well out of range. I did try it. But the slope puts it pretty exactly out of range. Yeah, I don't know how to do it with a side spring, but I don't know how to improve the spit. It seems like in order to get Yoshi to do a spit like this, that, you see, he kind of needs room to drop it, so maybe we should be standing on a donut block, and then it's possible maybe we're standing too close. But then the slope really introduces a complication. What I should do is maybe get back up to the key door with the vertical spring. And let's just try to test out what a slope interaction is. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to do a little bit of a test here. Anything else going on in the first room? Not that I can see, because we've already seen what the right side boundary is. The idea is that you hit the note block with an object. The note block lowers the spiny shell. The spiny shell is then obtainable through the one-way panel because of the semi-solid here. So you'd wear it as a spiny hat once you dunk it. And that's why we had to drop an object on top. Unless there's a way to maybe, you know... I don't really see a damage source that I can use to damage Yoshi and get him to run. Maybe it is something like a squeeze, I don't know. We definitely can't fire the POW. That does not work. Oh yeah, no, I was going to test something. I was saying. Let's leave this room for a moment. I just want to test something. Yeah, top room. We know we have access to Yoshi again. We actually know that we can ride this out here. In fact, that's how you would eventually switch rooms. Yeah, so let's test this against the slope. Watch this. It slides up the slope rather well, actually. Look at that. When you fire against the slope, it slides up. Maybe that's what we should be doing, is that we spit against the slope. We stand on the right side of the vine and we spit on the slope. I think that's the only thing. We just need to adjust this row. And maybe it would work. Also, at this point, we just kind of blew our progress, so... that's okay, we'll just restart this segment. Yeah, I think it might actually be something as simple as just firing against the slope and letting it slide up like that. Because you see how the bounce might actually get it through a single corridor if it is hugging the surface like that? I think that might be the only adjustment we've spent like the past half an hour trying to find it. Because unfortunately, when you do miss a spit, that's a huge reset. I think that might really be what there is, though. Okay. Let's dunk it over here. And then after that, I know how to get the gold back with invisibility while wearing the spiny hat. What the spiny hat does, we don't know yet, but... yeah, and then this way we leave the POW downstairs, and the POW is only useful as our exit platform with Yoshi, which we would probably want, although Yoshi is obtainable again if we go through this door, so it's not strictly necessary, as far as I can tell. So let's just place everything correctly first. Grab Yoshi up here. Although, the fact that we're not using the ability to grab an object across the middle here does strike me as suspicious. But maybe it's just some vestigial design. So let's try to spit against the slope. That's what we'll do. Not very far, actually. That doesn't work at all. What if we are standing against a donut block and we spit? Nope, doesn't work. And now we've lost our ability to back up. Is there anything else going on in the first stream you were asking earlier? Yeah, no, I don't see it. I think at this point, Sir Schlecht, I'm not going to ask for you to give me a hint, but I might ask you to answer a yes or no question, which is, are we just spitting this wrong, or as I suspect we are, or no, I mean, are we just spitting this wrong, or am I missing a step? Because I feel like I'm missing a step. I feel like the spit is never going to work. And that's maybe we're pursuing the wrong solution. I guess I just want to know if this is worth pursuing. This might not be. Like the strategy here might just be wrong. And maybe the POW here is a red herring and that, you know, you're not supposed to grab it. Or something. Or maybe you're supposed to, you know, trade objects. And... Yeah, because I think we might have to bail on this one pretty soon if we don't see an alternative. And I'll have to go back to it on something like a puzzle exclusive stream next week, because we are kind of holding up a big queue at this point. But I would obviously like to finish it, but I feel like we've been spinning our wheels in this one step for a little while now. Yeah, so this fires P-switches, this drops a vine, that doesn't do anything else. The spike is the only damage source here, we know that. That might not be useful though. If we take P-switch over here, switch would freeze the conveyor. We know the POW is placed there. The POW seems placed pretty precisely to be obtainable. Yeah, I think I need to set this aside after timeout just in case we have tunnel vision for something here and need to reconsider. Does bounce if you just throw the item without Yoshi? I don't think it bounces very well. But maybe actually the height difference matters, because the thing is we would... Because maybe Yoshi is a little too tall to get the correct kind of bounce there. We should check that, actually. We shouldn't assume. Assuming I can get there in 10 seconds, which I might not be able to. We get a bounce, but it's a bit of a lower one. But wait a minute, wait a minute. P-switch. P-switch kills that. Hang on, hang on. Wait. I didn't know the P-switch knocked out the blaster on the side. That changes a lot. That changes a lot all of a sudden. Because that's something we haven't seen before. This is something new. We have to explore this. No, that's not going to be the totality of the solution, but that might be something relevant that we haven't seen. Because, yeah, let's get back to this room with this wood in view. And see what's going on with the P-switch, because that might tell me as well what's going on with the spiny hat at the end of this. So we have to put in at least one more attempt, because this is new material. I saw that with a second to go, too. That was very fortunate in some ways. We don't need to take this P-switch, because we need to take two objects, actually. So, let's go grab this. Oh, no, wrong one. If we want to take the P-switch, we have to take the, sideways spring. Hang on. Yeah, we have to take the sideways spring. Yeah, maybe there's something... Maybe that's a missing step, at the very least. And could be something promising. So let's take the P-switch with us. Oh, except then if we take the P-switch, we'll be unable to No, because I can still drop down a donut block. I would lose Yoshi, but then... Yeah, this left door connects to... Yeah, we need to respawn back from the main room. That's okay, we'll take P with us. And then we'll stand on top of the donut block. Ooh, that's a... That's a bit of a problem. Because then how do I take the P back to... Yeah, the problem, of course, is that the... we need to lower the donut block first, and then I'd bump the P before it respawned. Here's how it's gonna work. Oh, no. Yeah, we need to head bump the P up there. Okay, this is a little tricky. But we can't just drop the P there. The reason why is that it would block the ceiling. Be able to get up there. So we're going to get up here. We actually don't even need Yoshi to do that. We can just climb up the vine. Drop this. Take the P. Nope. Seems a little fussy to execute, which makes me suspicious. It's not it. Come on. Possibly this is what using Yoshi to remove objects is for. Yeah, but I want to throw the P up the central column, but it's a little bit time sensitive, so... no. I want to grab it. Come on. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to grab the P manually, and then... Oh yeah, and then I have to bump it up, if I can. And then I drop down the donut block holding the P so I can re-enter the door holding the P. That's what I'm trying to do. Let's try it again. It's too execution sensitive to really feel like a puzzle solution, though. Nope. That doesn't quite work either. It relies on me dropping the donut block first, which doesn't look right. Just get to POW? I can't get to POW without bringing Yoshi up to the right side. That's the issue. So this possibly doesn't work, actually. No, however, if you go through here, you should be able to just grab a P off the... Yeah, no, I overcomplicated it. You just come back to this room to grab the P. I massively overcomplicated that. You just come back to this room. Okay, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. This opens this up. Then, is there a way that I can push myself to the right? You know what? Let's see here. That block goes to the left. Clown car magic? I don't know about that. I feel like it's something to do with the... I mean, if we can come here with... we know that we can come here out of this door with one object. It would have to be the P. The only state change that I can think of is if we're wearing the spiny hat. Or if there's an on-off change, because the on-off change might affect that gate as well. Well, no, because in the previous on-off state, basically, this was walled off. So the snake block push was kind of interesting in that it did manage to get me off screen. But... And releasing this here... I wonder what it does. Well, you've got a clown car on the other side now. Let's see. This doesn't really seem to get me anything though, because I've not seen how the other side of the goal actually looks. But it does tell me that maybe there's something involving the P-switch with, you know, perhaps a door exit or something I haven't seen yet that gets me position. Or some other kind of push interaction. Oh, you know what? You know what it could be? It could be the side spring. What if we use the side spring and just bump ourselves over? I wonder if we can do that even if it's slightly off screen. Where we hit a P-switch, we unlock this gate, and then we just side spring over. We would then need to get back into this room with side spring plus P. Or not even back to this room, but, you know, this could potentially even be slightly out of view, and maybe that would work. But then I don't understand what the whole spiny hat sequence is for, then. Let's try it once. No, the key above has been accounted for already. That is a key that required me to be small to pick it up. We know there's only one key door in the entire level, because once you grab a second key, it disappears. The key door is... The key that you see there is entirely for getting to this checkpoint in the first half of the level, so it's already accounted for and we're done with it. But there's something I want to try now, which is... Here's the thing, is that if you're here... What if you're riding a clown car? I'm gonna try something. Briefly. Let's say you place this, and you're riding in the clown car, do you still hit the screen boundary? I think you do, but... Yeah, you do. Because I was thinking of using the screen boundary. Oh, you can totally spit over this too, which is interesting. If I put an item in the clown car, can it push me into goal? Yes. Yes, that is actually an idea. But the problem is that you can only take one item in here with you. You can put Yoshi in the clown car. I actually wonder if that would work. We come here with the P, but then I don't understand anything that's going on with the whole spiny shell sequence. But yes, actually, that's an idea. We should, therefore, try to get back to the P-switch. Oops. I don't know, that doesn't engage at all with the first room though, so I feel like it's not actually the solution. We're going to try it, and then I'm going to... I'll definitely have to bail on this one, I think, because we've been holding up the whole queue, but... That's why I try to do these on a dedicated puzzle day, because then we can just take as long as we need. So we take the side spring. Yes, we do, because then that allows me to switch around with the P-switch here and take the P-switch across to the next room. And then we just take the P-switch and go across again. Grab another P-switch and swap this way. Swap. Right, let's move this. Then let's drop Yoshi in the clown car. Said let's drop Yoshi in the clown car. And we'll try to bounce into the goal. Whoop. This way. Nope. You do hit the screen boundary. That doesn't work. So it feels like we need a door that actually is placed past the goal or something. Because, unless we find something like a snake block push with totally different snake block perhaps, or some other mechanism. Or it's something that requires the Spiny Hat. But we have to go back to this one. Because I think we've hit a roadblock. Sideways spring in a clown car? No, because you can't do it. The reason you can't do it is because... Oh, yes you can. No, because you need the P-switch to be active, right? I suppose if you're really quick, you activate a P-switch, then you go in here. Let's try it since you mentioned it. I don't think it's going to work, but... Because the screen boundary is going to behave the same either way, right? You basically need something to compress you in order to work. Like, it's not a matter of, you know, how much momentum or impact you have. You need something to actually do what would normally be a squish interaction. Like, you need to think about what would normally squish you. Push yourself over this way. But anyway, if you wanted to get the spring the way you would do this is you activate a P-switch in this room before you do anything. Once you activate a P-switch, then you go through here, you get into this room, you grab the sideways spring, you come back out, and then you do Snake Block plus Clown Car again with this down. What if you spawn into this room with the P-switch activated? That's actually a good question. Let's check that. I feel like it would be irresponsible not to check that. Because reactivating the P-switch is, oops, something that we haven't really been trying. Going into this room. Yeah, activating the P in the other rooms is what I'm saying. Is we should try doing it, and then we'll see what goes on here. Oh! Yes, actually, you know what would happen? If you activate a P-switch in the other rooms, the blaster dies, and you don't get a clown car. That's what actually happens. If the blaster is blocked, then there's no clown car. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what would happen, is that there's no clown car if you do it that way. Like, basically... hang on, no, not this guy. No, you can't use the P to get to POW, and I'll show you why. If you're thinking about freezing the conveyor belt, that doesn't work. And I will show you. That is specifically prevented by these P blocks over here. So even if you freeze the belt, the POW eventually goes. And the POW isn't far enough to despawn. Okay, enter this room, switch to the other P. This is the last thing we're going to try. For real this time. So the idea is that you come over here. Watch this. My theory is that you just get no clown car if you do this. Yeah. And that doesn't engage with the whole Spiny Hat thing at all, so I think there's something missing here. I suspect there is maybe another exit door that is past the goal. We can look quickly. I mean, this feels like cheating, but... Actually, no, the goal is tucked in directly to the right. So we do, in fact, need something to push you into it. I don't know if there's maybe something that can happen with the snake block. If the snake block's movement pattern can do anything to project you to the right. Or if it's some other state switch or something that's going on. It might be something to do with the Spiny Hat, but we really don't know. But yeah, I mean, we've seen the whole layout. We have the information that's available to us. I don't think there's anything here that's a surprise. We've seen the whole layout from left to right. So other than maybe P-switches affecting some other mechanisms, I don't know what we're missing. We are missing basically the throw that gets us access to the Spiny Hat. And we don't know what a Spiny Hat does to enable the final interaction. So, anyway, thank you for bearing with that for an hour and a half. Let's move on. We will go back to this on a puzzle stream when I can do it, because we are trying to run more puzzle sessions. Okay, how bad is the damage here? I hope people are still around. Not too bad. Sorry we took so long with that one, but we will move on. And yes, Natcat, I enjoyed the new Scorsese film immensely. Yeah, one of my favorites from him in a very long time, actually, and I do like most of them. Spiky mangrove. In this flooded greenhouse, avoid thorns to reach the other side. New world, finally the forest. Let's take a look. Actually, Natcat, I thought it was fairly pacey. I mean, it's absolutely stuffed as a film. But, I thought it was, you know, jam-packed from end to end. But it is very thorough. It's a very complete novelistic drama. 2 to 3 critical paths. Okay, let's take a look. Bang, welcome. Yeah, we'll take a path that seems natural and poke around with it. Obviously, we'll take this. That's what the puzzle mindset does to you. Whoops, I was trying to go up here. Oh, I see. So this is this continuously vertical, or is it... No, it's wide. It's a bit wide. But possibly there's something that's... Yeah, okay, so there is something up there. We'll wait. I was trying to do a spin jump off the shell early on to get up there, but I see there's the icicle rain effect as well. I don't know how interactive that will be. We'll see it. Natcat, I already did see Napoleon. I saw it last week. Alright, let's go up this way. Okay. I see. Up an icicle, probably. Oh, no. Or you just hit this. That works too. Okay. Now, let's see. We can... Whoa, no. So much for the rain effect. Did quite a lot more than rain on me, I think. Yeah, Meal64, if you're French and you actually care about history, then you might want to go back to the 1920s silent film instead. And even that is, of course, you know, very heavily dramatized. Yeah, the thing about Ridley Scott films, and people know this from, you know, films like Gladiator way back when, is that they, especially when they treat historical subjects, they're much more about depicting the cultural idea of the thing than the thing itself. And the example I always have in mind for this is how, you know, in Gladiator, whenever you see Roman sculptures, none of them are actually painted. Because they are the way that we kind of remember seeing them in museums, and not the way they would have been when the Roman Empire was current, right? So, and yeah, it's much the same with Napoleon, down to the battles themselves, which, you know, they're some of the best mapped and most widely studied battles of all time. That definitely you're not going to get away with any particular liberties unless you just embrace that you're going to be a little cavalier about accuracy. Okay, here's a squirrel suit. Spiny up there. Yeah, so I don't know if, you know, the lethality of the icicles in the first segment was really that intended, but Also, as we know that clouds have their expiry set from the time that they spawn, which is sometimes a bit of a concern. This does blow that up. Then we'll... Okay, very nice of the spike ball to get rid of that. That's a nice touch, actually. I quite like that. That it basically disables the obstacle for you, so you don't have to deal with it when navigating this section. Very interesting touch. Oh, and here's the goal. I don't know how temporary that is, because it seems like we got here really quickly. Whoops.
Phew, made it.
Yeah, Mail64, I don't know if you've ever seen the 8-hour Soviet War and Peace. But, Captain Redbeard, you gotta go? Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Captain Redbeard, I did see the escape rooms that you mentioned that went up. We'll try to make room for them at some point in December as well, but like I said, we'll cram what we can into December, and I'll be switching to Maker 1 for a couple months after that, so... Anyway. Yeah, I don't know exactly... you told me there were 2 or 3 critical paths. That seemed to be the one that mostly engaged with the clouds, and we'll see some of the other ones next time. So, but feel free to tag your way back into the queue as usual, Mail64. I know that felt really quick after the long level we did right before that. Thank you for waiting so long. But let's get to Zach Divine first, because Zach Divine's also been waiting forever. Lucas, how do you do the thingy? Do you mean send a course? Yeah, you use !add, and then you add your course title, or rather course code behind it. !add, then space, then your code. Either of your 2 newest, okay. And yeah, Lucas, if you are having trouble with that, I'm sure somebody in chat can explain it to you. Alright, Perilous Porcupuffer Pier. Sounds great. Winding Wilds. Let's just go chronological order. Nothing since 7MMC, really. It's been a long time. Wow. But glad to see that you're still making and uploading. I remember I really enjoyed this one. Domain of the Cloud Army. When I played it last year. So let's take a look at this one. Love the thumbnail art, as always. Blocky the Dog, welcome. Yeah, Mail64, it felt like the layout was already pretty dense with activity from the path I saw, so I'm sure you're running into budget limitations already. It's kind of like the spike is just pointing a big gun at you or something. This type. Okay. Whoops, no, let's not do that. Can I choose a difficulty between easy, normal, hard, and harder? Oh, you mean out of the possible courses you can send me? Hard is fine. I mean, everybody kind of means something different by that. So it's a little hard to guess sometimes how hard is hard, you know, because different makers have vastly different understandings of the term. Okay, let's not hit ourselves with too many shells here. Yeah, I don't know if we're trying to go for a high score here, although I guess that is very much an optional objective. Just given how relaxed a lot of the placements are. Okay, let's go through this way. Actual hop chops in the wild, that's not something you see every day. Okay, just a coin. That's okay. And interestingly enough... Oh. I feel like object interactions with hop chops are something we also don't see nearly enough, because hop chops themselves are just so rarely used. 2 X's lead to 2 X's each and so on. Oh, I see. In terms of the amount of space you can build in, I think I get what you mean. Let's see here. Like that's a bit of a tight fit over there, but we can bust our way through with a shell, of course. Then see about that one. Where Koopa can't reach its shell. I feel like that's dangerous. But we can grab that shell, or better yet, grab a different shell. We can launch it over to that side. And see about the whole interaction to the left. Yeah, it looks like it's a, you know, clearing this is fairly gentle, but that the object is partly to just explore and collect coins and see what you can bust open. As you go. Which is perfectly fine. Sure, let's jump on a hop chop. Using it for its intended purpose. Whoop. Oh, no. Okay, so much for that. That's okay. We might still be able to see what's going on here. Of course, we would still need a shell to hit this. It might just be, you know, coins going back and forth. Either way. Don't know if either of these would be a flying power-up or something. But that's okay. You're obviously meant to deflect a shell there back and forth. Let's go to the pipe on the top right. And yeah, Lucas, 15% is perfectly fine. Sounds pretty high, actually. Send me whatever you're comfortable sending me. We'll find a way to accommodate you. Okay, let's go up. Okay, down this way. Then... Sure, let's bust him first. I was going to fire at the Fire Bro over here, but... Here. Poor Koopa, very disappointed. Yeah, it looks like this was something that we could have made a way towards. Let's grab the mushroom first, though. And sure, let's bust this down. See what it is. Oh, that was a 1-up scale. Optional objective there, so... See, I was right. Whoop. Ah, boomerang, there we go. There's so many advanced boomerang mechanics that are actually really difficult to design around. And Flame69X, welcome. Thank you so much for the submission. Will hopefully not take too long. I say hopefully because we did have a level I spent an hour and a half on already today. But that will hopefully not be typical of the rest of the queue. Thank you so much for that, Zach Divine. I hope that was a fun playthrough to watch. And yeah, feel free to resubmit and we'll do the other one too. Yo, Karibo Lord, if you're still here, be happy to bring this one in. Looks like you're still in the chat, so let's take a look. My 1-1. Let's see it. Yeah, that's a 1-1, alright. With a twist. That's okay, we'll just run it. Oh, that's... Okay, that actually was an entry, we just didn't get into it quickly enough. And we're not going to tap this guy, too many complications, unless there's a power-up in there. No, I think we'll just be happy to take this. Lucas would be because I looks like the number 1, or it could be confused with the L or something, I think. Nintendo is like that with a lot of codes, although the one I get confused all the time is S and 5, which they did not lock, because in my chat window anyway, the S's always look like 5s and vice versa. Get out of there before we get chomped, hit the checkpoint, and then here's the mysterious Murasame Castle, which was recently added to Nintendo Switch Online, which I should play at some point. Alright, thanks for that. Yeah, there are a lot of things in here that are probably unavoidable damage, but which the level gives you plenty of power-ups to just kind of blast through, so... It's more like it gives you the impression of a lot of incoming damage, but it's actually fairly relaxed. Definitely not, you know, Nintendo 1-1 principles or anything like that, but it's definitely... pretty gentle, so thank you so much for that. Let's mark that as a win. Finally catching up a little bit here, and we'll see if Squink is going to stick me with a shell jump music level or something this time. Hopefully sound is still doing well, incidentally, if we're likely to play a music level. Song of Storms and Animal Crossing's Rainy Day from Animal Crossing 1. Still actually one of my favorite Animal Crossing themes across the entire series, even though it really did just appear mainly in the first one. Okay, let's do it. It is an auto-scroll music level. Yeah, Natcat 8MMC is happening on a smaller scale. There is some kind of level release that is happening next week on December 9th. We have to not miss the on-off switch. Originally, they had dated it for today, actually, but I think they weren't quite ready yet. Okay. Total miss. That's going to be falling onto the bone shell and jumping out of it immediately. Need to work on our reaction time of Link. As long as we don't have any diagonal shots, I should be fine. Usually the diagonal shots that get me with time-sensitive levels of Link. Oh, a little slow. We use Link to cut through the spike top and then hit the POW after that. So a lot of Link checks here before the auto-scroll squeezes you. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, it's actually the first music scroller that we've done today, so it's been a while. I do want to do an all-music level day at some point as well. It's been a while since we've done one. Just to see for sure my audio is really working, you know? Okay. Oh, no. Huh. No, we were just supposed to fly with that, actually, and not jump. And felt like I was a little behind pace at that point, but weren't quite dead yet. I could afford to do some shorter jumps here. We're getting a little bit too much airtime on some of these. And those were, of course, all the pigs that Link tossed everywhere on Windfall Island and Wind Waker. Oh, nope. Lost it. So yeah, Natcat, to go back to your question, It's a smaller scale event this year, but as I understand it, there are a lot of returning makers, including ones that are familiar to our respective communities. So a lot of people that you will know and whose levels you like are definitely involved in this year's editions. Whoops, no, it's a little too quick on that again. Squink, you forgot about those pigs. How could you? Whoops. Alright, let's bounce. Let's be careful with our angle here. Jump, and then now... Okay. Oh, no, we shouldn't have done the downward thrust, actually. That delayed me slightly. As you can see, at this point, we're mostly fine, and hopefully... Yeah, there's going to be a sword strike that is going to be on the on-off switch over there, and the main thing we're worried about at that point is actually the cloud expiry. I think. Because you need to go up, hit the on-off switch, and then come back down. So you can make your way up to the pipe. But at that point, the scroll squeezing you should not be an issue, just because it seems like we're at the end of the section. Whoops. Yeah, Lucas, it seems like a lot of makers who come here are pretty familiar with Geometry Dash. I actually haven't played it, but we definitely see a lot of Geometry Dash alumni in the maker scene. Okay. A little better on the scroll this time, actually, just a little bit, but... Okay, have to be pretty careful here. Particularly because I'm piloting with a D-pad. Let me just check the cloud expiry timing. Yeah, you actually have to be pretty exact here, and you do have to deal with projectiles coming your way as well, which... tells me that I shouldn't fly all the way up, I should actually jump to do that strike. Because otherwise we just lose too much time on the cloud. So piloting the cloud currently is a bit of a roadblock. You haven't played Wind Waker in a while because you're holding up the switchboards, yeah. It's funny because I always felt that the Wii U edition of Wind Waker was actually one of the best uses of the Wii U gamepad, in spite of the fact that it was a remaster. It was one of the best integrated games there was. But yeah, I'd love another pass at Wind Waker. Because there were still some, you know, lighting and performance issues that were introduced in Wind Waker HD that make it feel like it's not quite definitive, despite the quality of the gamepad features. Some of which no longer exist now that we don't have Miiverse. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Jump. And actually we have plenty of time on the cloud, but we do need to lose the Master Sword, or at least have invincibility frames at the time we go up the pipe. So the cloud timing is not the issue. Bumping into things is the issue. But the cloud timing is actually fairly generous from what I can see. As long as we don't have too many issues with the projectiles that are incoming. Oh, yeah, you actually do need to jump it. Oh! Wait a minute. You use the on-off switch to kill him, but then... I actually didn't even look at the on-off gate underneath the pipe, so we totally misread that. And yeah, you can't actually slap the sword while you're standing in the cloud, so you do have to jump. And... cloud disappears around the 387 mark. Yeah, I guess as an auto-scroller, it's a very bold timing, so... Yeah, that time I was thrown off because I forgot that we just couldn't slap something with a sword while inside the cloud. Whoops. Too far to the left. Yeah, about the community still thriving. I mean, the thing about Mario Maker is that it's very easy to feel like activity is dropping off when the people you know and follow are, you know, losing interest or playing other things. Because it feels like the activity has dropped off, but then every time I go back to play viewer levels, we definitely have shorter queues than we did a year ago, but at the same time, there are definitely a lot of people who are still very active, and there's no shortage of good content. And, you know, people come and go and have phases in their life when they can or can't really work on levels. I mean, I wish I could spend more time making, but I haven't actually uploaded anything in about 2 years now. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, we just didn't double tap it this time. I double tapped it last time and that was the issue. Okay, whoops. Now that's what Animal Crossing usually feels like. Okay. Yeah, you just hold right through this, and that was obviously supposed to be a low jump. I just reacted poorly. But if you hold right all the way, the jumps line up quite well. Oh, was a bit slow in the uptake there. That meant that threw off my timing here because I had delayed slightly on that jump. It did set me off by enough that by that point the track timing was going to be an issue. Yeah. If you're fairly precise about that, then the shell ends up in the right location, and then of course we don't want to hug right all the way, we want to do a straight drop once we hit the wall. I did see that coming, I just, again, was a little slow to react. Oh, whoops, missed a bounce. No, let's not start over. Once Wii U loses internet, guess there's no reason not to mod it anymore. No, no reason. In fact, if you want to use some of the replacement online services that basically try to, you know, interrupt the Wii U's netcode to give you a replacement Miiverse rather, and eventually replacement Mario Maker servers, you would have to mod it with Homebrew anyway. Because there is a third-party solution called Pretendo that has been in development for some time, which basically does exactly that. Like, it, you know, sets up fake servers, or rather spoof servers for the Wii U to connect to that give you a substitute network with the existing feature set. Whoops. But yeah, I definitely plan to return to Mario Maker 1 for a while before the shutdown, and I feel like I actually haven't given myself enough time with it. Like, it's pretty clear to me I won't get through everything I want to get through in Mario Maker 1. That is going to be... Whoops. Let's not hold right that early. That is going to be a bit of a crunch anyway. Okay. There are actually still people who keep alternative servers running for Super Mario 35 on Switch. I feel like I'm supposed to ride the Buzzy up or something, or is that Master Sword even accessible? So there was that Master Sword that was above the cloud there. I didn't quite see how I was going to pick it up though. So maybe I'm supposed to ride the Buzzy up. We'll see when we get back there because I didn't quite understand that. Go. I feel like I slow down quite a bit on those drops. I think the Master Sword... No, the Master Sword is above a cloud anyway. It's not something to be picked up. I think it's just... It doesn't look like an instrument either, so I don't know why it's there, but... We're supposed to go for the Shellmet, not for the Master Sword. That's just a distraction. Whoops. Once again, have to exercise quite a bit of self-control here with the D-pad as we're dropping through the columns. The drops feel pretty slow, which is why I'm always itching to move forward from them, which is precisely what that kind of trap punishes. Always just stop a little bit at the bottom before we go. Okay. Here we go. Oh, Boom Boom coming in there as well. And here's another icicle rainy day here. That's you moving a low note out of the way. I see, I see. Okay, finally catching up a little bit here. And just shrimp fajitas, let's do yours. Newest level, please. Yeah, glad we could get to yours. After spending so long on the first level, we've gone back on pace. Insomnia, yeah, that's what the stream is for. That's what we do. Indiana Jones and the Hidden Caves of the Lost Continent of Atlantis. Or Antarctica, maybe. It belongs in a museum. Alright, let's see how it goes. Yeah, that's the typical Indiana Jones boulder. Of course there is a second one, and it's necessary. Wait for it to do its job. Just kind of trust some of the placements here to do their work. Carve out a passage. Anything? Nope. Ah, okay, and then we need to let this one do its work. Yeah, we don't need to go back for the other one, although if we did, I wonder what happens. Also, if we take this away, because we can do stuff like that and totally ruin somebody's day. Yeah, unfortunately, that isn't actually going to do very much for me. The Thwomp was obviously supposed to sink, but I guess we've missed our chance to take the spring further. Okay. Anyway, back on track with the flower. And what do we do up here? Let's see. Explore. Okay, that's fine. Alright, just here, that's a side Thwomp, will do its job. And continue. Do that too. And then not sink it too low. Yeah, this is going to fire something, but not, yeah. Hey, okay, haven't seen this in a while. Gonna be so useful in these caverns. I mean, you know, not for flight, but certainly for whipping things that are night icicles. Although, we actually do have enough running distance to... Oops, okay, never mind. Never mind. Not gonna do much with that. And it switches back to the flower anyway, although there's a cape in the next segment. Okay. Munchers galore. As I always say, that's the nice thing about traditional levels, you actually have the entity budget available to just use munchers as obstacles instead of running out of enemy placements on the way. Oh, this is a neat little area here, everything popping up and down. I guess the spawning in would depend on the player's positioning given the camera, but that doesn't seem to compromise anything, so works out well enough. Oh, let's not run into that. Okay, watch our heads here. You run into entity limits all the time in your levels, yeah. Well, I mean, so does everybody, but for different reasons. We don't want to kill it that way because if we kill both of them, then we actually lock ourselves out. That is actually a locking risk, incidentally. That's... I think if you kill both Koopas, and indeed even if you kill just one of them, it looks like I might not be able to progress, but then let's try to respawn it. Okay. I don't know if I can leave the camera far enough to get a respawn, and we did kill it, so... Let's go back. We'll just go back a little further. Make sure we got ample room in the camera, and see if we can maybe even get a power up, and then we'll go back. See if we can give that another try. Yeah, it's a definite risk that you're just able to kill it with the other Koopas. Whoops, no. On average, you usually have about 20 to 25 sprites to build with after music is done. Yeah, that's why things like Poison Mushrooms are so popular in music auto-scrollers, because you can actually have something deadly that doesn't eat up your instrument budget as well. It's, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if an auto-scroller is moving fast enough, it's not like you're going to have that many distinct entities to interact with in the platforming anyway. I mean, it always feels like those levels are busier than they really are, simply because you're going at that speed and dealing with the auto-scroll boundary at the same time. Okay, so I don't know if this could really be respawned, but we'll just have to be careful not to bump the Goomba into it. That was definitely a problem. Yeah, so this feels like it's a bit of an issue, but... Okay. Oh, okay. Glad we got caught by that, in fact. Although now we'll have to just reverse. That's okay, we'll just ride it out and hopefully not get dunked. Okay. You can also go for the 50 coin down here. For an alternate path. Yeah, I'm glad that, you know, flying blindly up towards the spike ceiling wasn't a problem there, simply because claws were all over the place to grab us. Okay. let's do this. Oh, checkpoint, okay. What do we whip the... well, I can't really go further with that. So maybe we can. I'm just going to try to keep the cape. Because we can. Also because then we can playtest whether even the cape breaks anything. Oh, never mind. Well, yeah, flower would be required here. Now, here's the issue, is that if you lose all available flowers... No, the piranha plant would take care of it for you. But then, let's say you kill the piranha plant, and then you lose the flower to damage for some silly reason. Then would you have a problem here? Worth checking. Oh, whoops. That was a bad idea. Alright, we'll have to do this one the slow way. Oh, here's the other problem, is I think it's possible to kill the Thwomp. And also run into issues like that, but... yeah, there are a few potential locking problems in this level, actually. Or at least things that require you to, you know, go back and respawn objects, so... That's right, that's what playtesting is here to catch, because, you know, we do silly things. Just because we can. And yeah, in general, in the Mario Maker palette, there's definitely a room for a lot of other things that could serve additional functions without running into entity limit issues like the poison mushrooms currently do. Okay, we'll put this in the spare item box. Let's continue. Oh. Alright. It's fine. Bit sloppy for my part, but... we'll... yeah, and of course we have to be careful with projectiles from him respawning, since the exit room is right beside the boss room. That's something to watch out for, because you don't want a player to be sniped at that point, I think. That would not feel very pleasant. But of course I can see that you might be pretty limited in terms of the available space you have to build with, simply because, you know, this level is so huge. Chess Bunzo, give you a big shout out. Yeah, I saw you were playing chess earlier. I guess you switched over to Scrabble at some point. I hope both games have been treating you as well as always. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, so I don't know if a P-switch reappears in the pipe. But if it doesn't, this is also a locking issue. But I think it does spawn in the pipe, right? Does it? Yes, it does. Okay, good. We will, of course, try to take it with us to see if we can break anything. Doesn't break anything, but we can, of course, reactivate these platforms as much as we like. Having the cape here is nice, because otherwise these jumps will be a little bit tight on the ceiling. Then, over here. Okay. Obviously we should step on... Oh, look at the P just deflect the fire all over the place. That was totally gonna throw me off. Oh. Alright, fine, we'll just kill him this way. And he's gonna step on a P, so... that's fine. Okay, that's all done. Yeah, pretty sizable adventure. I feel like we don't see these often enough, where, you know, things are kind of low to medium traditional difficulty, but at the same time built big enough that you really feel this chunky adventure that uses all the resources available to it. Like I said, there are some potential locking issues with mechanisms that are needed to break open certain spots, like thwomps and big shells, etc., being destructible. And that's something that you always want to check for, because it seemed like there were a few potential trouble spots. And as long as, items are available, or if there is a way to respawn back into a room if some of these issues arise, then it can be fixed, but you definitely want to spot those along the way. Anyway, had a lot of fun. Thank you for sending that. Let's go on. Let me see how we're doing at this point. I know a couple of people have resubmitted for a second round, which you're quite welcome to do. Let's take a look at Lucas. And I think Lucas is still here, right? Yeah, I believe so. And yeah, Just Shrimp Fajitas, feel free to continue indulging the insomnia. We'll be here for a little while yet. I usually run about 4 hours for these, so. We've got some time. Spiky situation. Mario is lost from his brother in a forest with lots of spiky balls. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that is a bit of a surprise, but which is kind of unfortunate because it feels like people are very likely to run into it. When you have something lethal coming your way, obviously the reaction would be to jump. So, often you want to avoid situations like that where the kind of standard player behavior doesn't really keep you in a safe and healthy position. Okay, let's go back this way though. On-off switch is going to open that up. I don't know if that would be spawn blocking anything. We'll see. What that does actually, since we should be looking for some way to grab a key. The spike ball over here looks like, unless we have a power-up that allows me to drop through and take damage, or have an object that we can drop through, we can't really deal with that guy right now. Looks like we need to cycle on-off switches over here for a power-up. And a mushroom would indeed be the thing that gets you through. Now, this looks like an issue. It looks like this is supposed to bounce up towards the claw, right? And then I don't know why that wouldn't work. We might have to get out of range and go back to the mushroom, because yeah, we're supposed to turn this off obviously so it doesn't get caught by the claw. And we grab it over here and then we take damage to drop through, kill the spike, and then come back out presumably with the key. Let's go back and try to respawn that mushroom and see if we can get a better bounce off of it. No, it's still on the belt. Let's go back further if we can. If we can. Triple jump might be necessary to do this, which was a bit awkward, but whoops. Oh, never mind. Let's try it again. I hope Lucas is actually still here. I didn't see him check in, but we'll make a few attempts at least, because this should be something we can handle quickly. Let's let everything go first. But the fact that the mushroom didn't really seem to behave as intended on the conveyor makes me wonder. That Could be just some kind of inconsistency, but... Yeah, because look at this. It just bounces back like that. How do we stop that from being the case? I wonder if it's because Mushroom would be affected by its speed coming in. The conveyor? I'm not really sure. I mean, the conveyor is pushing it forward, so I don't know why I would get a bounce like that. Maybe we need to be below it? Or just get out? Oh, okay. That's a surprise. There's something else that we haven't discovered because it would be invisible. We'll see. If we can't get the mushroom to behave or figure out what's going on with that, then might have to drop this one. So there's just a lot that's not very intuitive, but we'll see. Basically, I can't see what the problem is. Whether maybe the mushroom is affected. Let's let it stop first like that, because maybe the mushroom's positioning when it is released from one column to the next is something that is a problem. It feels like I'm trying to find something specific that the maker was doing with your input pattern. Yeah, you see, and then you release it like that. Basically, you needed to wind up like that. That was not clear to me at all. The problem with that mainly is that you can't actually go anywhere to despawn the mushroom, really. If it does get trapped at a slower speed. Yeah, you basically have to have the mushroom run up against the column before it gets released, and it gets released at high speed. With that little bit of elasticity to it. But if you just drop the columns and let the mushroom go by itself, you know, with the typical alternating pattern where you just release it and give it some room, then it gets stuck. I feel like that's the kind of thing that you miss as a maker if you always do the inputs the same way and don't consider the alternatives. So that's the kind of thing that's worth catching. Anyway, that's the flag. Yeah, I feel like it doesn't work reliably enough, but again, that's the kind of thing that you need a playtester to catch. So thank you for that. Let's move on. Not even clear if Lucas was here to see it, but that's okay. Flame69X, if you're still here, let's bring you in. I do see you listed in the chat, and we can at least look at where it is. But do check in to assure us that you're watch. I know that sometimes people hit like ad breaks or are on mobile or have some other reason that they can't respond right away. Look at this. There's one clear on it, but it took 32 minutes. Interesting. Challenges for pro gamers. Let's take a look. We have a short queue today, so let's just run it. Three challenges for pro gamers. Maybe you get a choice. Okay, so all right, there's a coin over there. Not enough room to really triple jump it, I think. Yeah, so eventually we would have to get something like, maybe this is telling you what a reward is. Like if you get Yoshi as a reward, then you're able to jump through and hit what looks like a safety coin if you do 3 segments followed by one more. You might even have a flight power-up at that point as well, like Propeller or Squirrel. Yeah, no triple. Yeah, I didn't think so. It looked like it was pretty strictly constrained. And the thing is, there's no point in doing it, because you would just be stuck there with one coin, right? Anyway, let's do it in order. It looks like a safety coin. We do all 4 challenges. We have some kind of ability to get out at the end of it. Let's see what this is. Okay, nothing. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like we're supposed to overlap that in such a way that we don't activate the block. We'd have to get Yoshi right in there. Perhaps with a flutter like this. But we can't bump it from the bottom. We need to kind of slide into that from the side. So it looks like it's going to be somewhat precise. Either that or... yeah. I feel like using the flutter is going to be a bad idea because the flutter is always going to take you up. It's just a specific angle, perhaps. I see why there's a 32-minute record on this now. Okay. Yeah, if you just kind of fall in like that, maybe some potential here, but... you see, we were positioned well that time to not activate the block. We were just off-center. Up pipes are difficult enough as is. Kind of need to go right off the top. And yeah, off-center. Again, but that should be the idea, is that we flutter up and then we fall in like that. Okay, that's one. Let's do the next. And of course we'd eventually need some way to get up there. This sounds extremely rhythmic. But it looks like we need to do a series of on-off interactions, perhaps. No. Oh, yeah, and then the munchers come and squish the bombs. Is that a timing mechanism? What is it? Or maybe... well, let's see. Let's go back. Not sure I understand the room yet, so let's take a look. Everything respawns. Bombs come this way. Munchers are on the track on the right side, so it looks like the munchers need to... I see, I see. You need the bombs to detonate so they are in range. Yeah, it's a timing challenge. The munchers need to come in. Actually, how would that work? Because basically you need the bombs to detonate when they are able to break this and break the middle as well. Because I don't think we're going over. So you need to send the munchers over to a particular position to squish them at the right time. It's not going to be that. Not going to be that. But then there... yeah. Or muncher tracks. What do we set to say to off? Then it sends you back in. Okay. On off is just to turn off music. Okay, okay. Oh, I see. It's a spring precision challenge. Alright. And the on-off doesn't matter. I see, I see. So this is basically like a series of edge jumps or something. Okay, so it's precision in disguise. Gotta jump in between the springs, really. Like if you kind of hit an edge there, or if you just try to enter it in such a way that you get sent up the whole column, perhaps. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's going to be a strange hitbox, but... we'll see. I'm not really a precision player, so I don't really know the technique for this, but... obviously you can kind of fall through the corner. Like that. And And yeah, I usually don't go through clear videos when I'm in the middle of streaming, but we'll see if we can figure it out. Basically, because my poor old computer is already kind of strained enough as it is with the video encoding it's doing now, so... whoops. But yeah, if the intention is a series of edge jumps to get close enough to land but not close enough to activate the springs, then... either that or we just try to go... like, compress it precisely enough that we get sent out the middle of the column or something, but... see how that will work. Keep holding down right and run buttons. You mean like after you... oh, I see what you mean. Just try to correct momentum with the twirl, yeah. I see. We actually didn't get the right kind of bounce that time. You saw how high I got with that one. So... I don't know, and if we had successfully twirled out of that, we actually could have made the landing. But... yeah. Very difficult to do intentionally, though. But I'm glad I saw how it's supposed to look. I feel like if we hit a higher spring with that interaction, then perhaps we have a chance at it. And then you really need to kind of crank the momentum all the way to the right. That looks tricky. Don't know if we'll get it, to be honest, but we'll try it. Seems much harder than the Yoshi one, but it may just be because it's slightly outside my skill set. Okay, that's not too bad. Like, maybe if we manage to get a second bounce on that fall, that repeats that interaction. Okay. If I do a higher spring, you can hit 3 rolls after a jump and make it. We do second jump. Yeah, maybe that's not a great idea. So, particulars of an SMB mechanics. Whoa, didn't crank right well enough that time. That is very specific, wow. Well, we'll see what we can do. And, this must have been a fun clear check. I mean, I guess if you know the method, then probably not too bad. But... well, not really happening. But we'll see. We actually got a reasonable number of bounces so far. And we're going pretty low, though. We're hitting the second spring on a column. But yeah, basically we want to, you know, have it register as a landing on top of the spring below it, right? And then maybe that's what's kind of giving me the ability to jump as we get deflected. So that it does read that as landing on a platform if you just hit the right pixel. Maybe we should come up from a different angle. I'm going to look at the other one. See how approachable it is. Just to see. Oh, up there. Okay. Oh, and then pow down here. Oh, it's like a pow drop and... I see. No, you have to like basically head bump to pow up there. With like a soft drop followed by... but then you have to not activate it, right? Or perhaps no, you throw it and you just catch it in the column and soft drop as you go, so you don't have it make contact. Like you're supposed to maybe pick it up in midair, like that, right? That actually would have worked if we just soft dropped it accurately second time. Nope. Yeah, we actually had it correctly that time. I just didn't react very well to getting it up top. We kind of have to drop the POW on the way up, perhaps. Actually, even if it's a throw, maybe we can pace it, but... the soft drop doesn't seem like it works all that. Nope. Soft drop against the wall, maybe? No, that doesn't work at all. Or rather, yeah, because the jump basically kills it if we try to drop it like that. Well, we saw how it should be done. We saw it, we just kind of dropped off on the edge here. We'll jump to a wall, turn around and drop it, yeah. Yeah, it has to be dropped in the middle, basically. And the thing is, like, getting the D-pad down input for the drop is the tricky bit. I'll be honest, I don't really expect to get clear for this level, but we'll try to make it a reasonable number of attempts at the remaining segments just to stand them. And of course, there's the problem of getting up to the safety point as well, right? If we... I mean, I guess if the idea was to flutter up with Yoshi or something, that would have made sense. But... yeah, you had to be really quick on a wall jump. Much too slow. Nope. Yeah, it is a lot of directional inputs in one sequence, basically. You have to get the soft drop accurate, but then also the wall jump accurate, right? So. The thing is, I did grab POW once, so it's like we don't know how to do it, but making it all the way up there is potentially a problem because yeah, you just have to be right up against the wall. Then you have to drop it on the outside. It's like a fighting game input almost. The directional movement that you need. Wall jump to wall, turn around and drop it, wall jump, regrab, yeah. It's turning around for the wall jump that is losing me a ton of time here, actually. But you can see, yeah. If you're right up against a wall, I think it's... hey, but... you have to be so quick. Yikes. It's a pretty narrow column, too, but this would have to be. Yeah, I'm able to kind of do a drop followed by a wall jump, it's just that there's too much lag time between the two. Too slow. Yeah, at least I'm landing a wall jump. Like, if we're doing drop plus wall jump, so that's correct, it's just that the timing is a little too close. And as you can see, I'm not quite making it up to the ledge either, which was the issue we had previously, was that we grabbed Pow up to the ledge, bumped into the wall, and fell down. Try to drop it at the last moment, yeah. See, that gets you up. We have the height. We're just not getting to regrab. We'll likely hit timeout on this one. We'll try it until the timeout at least. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, in retrospect, the Yoshi one seems much, much easier than the other two. This one is still probably easier than the spring one, actually. We just need to hit the timing for it. The spring one, I can hardly see what I'm aiming for. But... okay, now we're kind of losing this drop that we had previously, but that's because we're still trying to make these adjustments. Alright, let's... again. We'll play it at least to the timeout and we'll see how we do. Okay. Nope. Very tricky. Again, I can see why the only clear was a half-hour clear. Even that seems pretty respectable. 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, it does look like I'm turning around too early. I can tell, but the adjustment is a little difficult to make. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting the height on a wall jump. But basically you need to turn around followed by down for the drop, and that's the thing that's throwing me off. Maybe it's one of those things that, like, I don't know if you tested this on D-pad or stick, but the rapid kind of circle between directional movements makes me think that maybe this is easier on stick. I'm not on a stick right now, I'm on a controller that only has a D-pad, so that's not something I'd be able to address. Yeah, it looks like the kind of thing that was designed for stick, but we'll see. I'm sometimes surprised to see how many Kaizo players play stick, and then you see certain techniques in action, and you think, okay, I get it. Oops. Yeah, because you basically need to do this, like, right down circle, like right down quarter circle to do the drop, and then kind of complete a half circle for a wall jump. Maybe. Like if you're not holding the object, you face out, and you have to kind of avoid the ground pound, but then if you're only using the down input for the drop, then the ground pound is not an issue. But yeah, it literally is a fighting game input, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I don't really expect I'll be able to get it. Let's try the other one just to give ourselves a bit of a break. But definitely I don't think I'll make it to... yeah, next time out. But... because it's a little too input sensitive for what I can do, but well, look at that, it was so close. Yeah, because it feels like it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, which is how I feel about most precision, to be honest. If you know the technique, you can do it, but if you don't have a really good sense of the technique, then it feels like you just have to bash your head against it until the hit rate is in your favor. And thank you for the submission, Life and Blade. You're not too far back, so we'll hopefully get to you pretty soon. Yeah, kind of wonder how a really seasoned Precision player would do with this. I mean, I'm sure they could beat it. You really have a good sense of where these pixel perfect spacings are going to be, but because it feels like, you know, when I get the bounce, I'm just lucky. It's not really a matter of skill at this point. But clearly there are people who do specialize in precision who can do things consistently, right? And so it's always kind of interesting to watch because it's just a completely different platforming skill set within the confines of the same game. Whoops. Yeah. Check where you're jumping off each time. Yeah. We're pretty close. But yes, that's the thing, is that, you know, when I do succeed in getting it, it's enough of a surprise that I'm not that attentive to what we did correctly. And it's the kind of thing where I'd have to basically clip it and step through it. You see, that time I got to bounce. That was way out of position, too, so... Yeah, probably the last attempt for me, because I don't know really how far we can get with it. It's funny because I think the Yoshi segment gave me a false sense of complacency here, where I thought, okay, this is not that tight. And we do this bit and the POW bit, and we had a couple of things that looked like they were on the road to success. But realistically, well, we'll see. Yeah, that is, you know, not a very good hit rate. I got to bounce, but it didn't look like it was holding right in the run buttons after. Yeah, the last time I got to bounce, I was way out of position. I have had a few bounces where I was holding in, I was actually just coming in a little bit too low, but the last time I did get a bounce, I knew I was not cranking right nearly hard enough. Yeah, because basically it's the height of your landing that matters, I think, where, you know, it has to detect you as sliding off the top corner of the spring below the one that you make contact with, so it feels like ground that you're jumping off of. So I'm trying to time my jump input accordingly with that assumption. And you kind of have to make contact at precisely the right height to have that detect properly. Just not getting that. Try to twirl later? Yeah, because we're burning it pretty early. Should be treating it almost like a wall jump. Perhaps. And it's very much the height of the landing that matters at this point, right? Okay. Realistically, I don't think we're going to get it, but... Whoops. Yeah. We'll bail out at this point.
Sploosh.
Yeah. Would love to put more time into it, but it feels like we're very far off from actually getting it right, in spite of the fact that we had a couple of attempts on both the POW segment and the spring segment that look reasonably close. Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, worth trying. I mean, you know, sometimes we play stuff like that where I don't think I'll necessarily get it, but we might as well have a bit of a technical workout just to see what we need to work on. Okay, let's see how we're doing in the current queue so I know how long to go. Yeah, we can leave it open for a little while. Zach Devine, if you're still here, we'll run another one. I think I do see you present. Yep. I guess having the musical accompaniment in that spring room was actually kind of nice, just to give us something to listen to while attempting that. Yeah, per player clear rate. Right, because we kind of work out that number by our own mental arithmetic sometimes, just to see how low we're dropping things. But anyway, avoid the sea, else prepare to be torn apart by the beasts that lie within. Let's try it. Yeah, because sometimes some very difficult levels have actually massively inflated clear rates because a lot of people will just give up on the first screen and not bother trying. And then you'll have some levels that have unusually low clear rates that actually aren't that hard simply because they've managed to reach a big audience that is willing to try again and again because they think they can do it, right? So there are a lot of ways in which clear rates don't tell the whole story, but they still give you a useful ballpark for telling you when, you know, something has a suspiciously high clear rate because the resets from failed obstacles don't actively kill you, they just make you fall all the way back down the tower or something. Anyway, more Porky Puffers. You have a level where you can't die and it's got a 65% clear rate. Well, if people are timing out, perhaps. Or if they just don't understand what you need to do to progress and they fail out that way. Obviously, we're going topside. Oh, whoops, I was trying to pop up with a shell and I was just slightly out of position. Okay, let's try to grab that so we don't activate it prematurely. I suppose the idea is to break this open for the 30 coin, but we could also just smash this with a ground pound. Then, have this. This is oddly reminiscent of the first thing that I ever made in 3D World in this game, which was also in this forest theme and was kind of more standard platforming with Porky Puffers. As a bit of an adventure level, more traditional sense. So, a bit of a kinship between levels there. Several years removed. Anyway, let's try not to get devoured this time. That was maybe not the best way to go. Unless you're a Porky Puffer, in which case you're very well fed today. Oops. Just trying to save the POW in case we want to use it for something. That's just what I do with held objects sometimes, is just keep them indefinitely, hoping for some kind of long-term secret, but it's nice to just have it available as a tool. I feel like it's something that, you know, Nintendo does in traditional Mario, which people are sometimes much too reluctant to do in Maker, is to just give the player toys to play with for the sake of giving them toys, right? You don't need to constrict everything, you can just have a POW for the sake of having a POW. In a traditional format, it's nice to have that flexibility, and I think sometimes people forget how much that flexibility is actually a core part of traditional Mario design anyhow. It's a big part of Wonder, for instance. It's all over Wonder. You can see that happening. This is a pretty obvious spot to check. And we totally missed it. Okay. I wish they added items which you can collect and keep them through the Maker Worlds. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to the whole Super World system that, you know, could be expanded upon in games. You'd have to kind of clear check it as the world, of course. You don't want the player to get into unwinnable situations. Nothing on a POW yet. Fancy way to go. Anyway, thank you for the GGs and for the level, Zach Divine. I always thought the thing I really wanted, actually, when they introduced Super Worlds, is to build Super Worlds from other people's levels. So you can create a shareable playlist that can be a bit of a challenge where you have, you know, a set number of lives or something, and it would be a much easier way to coordinate things like collaborative maker projects, and also just generally, you know, present a challenge to people as a way to have more of a social function to the player side of the game, and to have a curated experience that isn't just people running endless if they have no idea what to do, right? Where you could actually do course selections. Because I find I always want to recommend, you know, sets of levels to people to give them, say, a sense of what has been done with a particular item or theme. But if anything, some of the social and sharing features in this game were scaled back from what we had with Miiverse and Maker 1, so... Sunlight Danger and Night Terrors. You can tell you were crunching against the character limit there. And Bowser hides in the darkness of lost souls. Yes, he does. Let's take a look. Angry Sun. By the looks of it. Yeah, Life and Blade. It's something like an alternate exit orb or keyhole or something. Anyway, this is a nice little aesthetic lake of dead fish, I guess. Okay, lots of power-ups. Let's see what this is. Coins. Power-ups, like the Fire Flower is so useful against bones, of course. And then the Angry Sun we'll just have to deal with here as a platforming obstacle, like we did in the days of SMB3. And we had to be pretty careful with fire here, actually. The Fire Flower is a bit of a liability because we can boil the lake. Never mind. I guess we won't. Oh, we should have checked the other pipe that was by the fish bones down below. We can still check it. Nope. Nope, that's not an entrance. Okay. Yeah, there were a couple of things that are constraints for multiplayer as well, of course, like the... Whoops. The way that the opening's rectangle is blocked off in this game and unbuildable. Which is kind of a major pain, especially for people who like building things like on-screen puzzles and whatnot. Oops. Okay, just make way through. Need to plan a route carefully here. Hey, you're saying, Life and Blade, you want a block which stops the scroll from the screen respawn after you enter a pipe. Yeah, something that works like the vines and question blocks and a hard block at the same time, right? Is that what you're saying? So you can have a scroll break that can be restored over multiple visits to a room. In general, I feel like a lot of the scroll stop mechanics could be expanded. You know, even if you have something that's meltable with fire, that could also be a scroll stop, for instance. People ask sometimes, you know, what I would love to see in Mario Maker 3, more scroll stop options, actually, that aren't just hard block and ground block. So you can have different ways of interacting with the scroll, because, you know, scroll stop was just such a huge killer feature in Maker 2, which makes a lot of the new tech in Maker 2 possible, and at the same time, it feels like the player has a limited number of ways to interact with it. I know that in some ways Nintendo wants to keep the palette simple, because from the player's perspective, you know, you want people to be able to read how things work right away without too much memorization. Which is why there's very little redundancy between enemies when it comes to their functionality. And also a lot of limitations on themes, for instance, where, you know, you have some effects that are only possible in some themes. Like with Night Wind having one specific kind of wind per level style, for instance. Like, it's clear to me that a lot of those restrictions are there for the sake of readability, so, you know, you look at a theme as a player and you just immediately understand what mechanics are going to be. But sometimes it does feel a little too limiting, and I think scroll stop is one of the ways in which there's a lot of mechanical potential that's not open to us simply because we only have hard blocks to break. Yeah, you had to add a dev exit in one of your levels simply because you can't add a hard block which respawns. I can totally see that happening. I mean, you know, even using vines and question blocks, or vines in blocks in general, is, while clearly an intended option by Nintendo, also a little bit hacky. But it's a fine balance, I think, with Mario Maker, is that there is a certain simplicity in the rule set that's required just, again, for the consistency of being able to read things. It's certainly one of the things that makes the puzzle genre possible, for instance. And, you know, people often talk about Maker as just being strictly less powerful than ROM hacks, and while that's true, there's a certain value in things just kind of working the same way between levels as well. The Pokey is really in the way. I feel like we don't want to deal with it. Go under. Okay. Go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it feels like, you know, if you're tall in this segment, that going over to Pokies is not particularly available. And Nadrop, welcome. Nadrops. Yeah, we'll be closing the queue relatively soon, so we can guarantee that we have time to get through the remaining submissions, but if you are in the queue right now, I will play your level. We should be able to get through everybody who's already in, so... But probably by the time we're finished with this one, we'll shut off new submissions. Okay. And no, yeah, you can kill the sun. We've played a couple of levels before where that's a requirement. We've seen some really interesting Angry Sun ideas that revolve around that, actually. Okay, there we go. And whoops, no, yeah, that felt a little bit blind. Maybe just as a function of how quickly I was going through it, but you can see there's going to be a thwomp in every column, though. That's likely to be the case. Notice that with the POW stacks, that if you choose to take damage, you can grab one of the POWs off the stack. I'm just looking at this and wondering if it might potentially break anything. Because that's something to check, whether carrying a POW forward is going to break any mechanisms. Life and Blade, you want to move to the last position? Yeah, we can do that. Especially if you think that yours is going to take a while, then. Because you did say it was some kind of practice level. Yeah, we can move you around. We'll handle that after this level. So we can see who's actually in the queue and make the right adjustments. But you're quite welcome to volunteer to go last. It's easier for me too, because then we can, you know, determine how long to spend on it if it's something that's giving me a lot of trouble, and not have to worry too much about time pressure if we do really want to push against a hard obstacle. So, yeah, one unfortunate thing with things like the clear data no longer being available for easy data harvesting, like the bookmark site for Maker 1, is that, you know, if we had the amount of public data that we had in Maker 1 readily accessible just on the web and through a very simple interface, it would have been possible to set up things like getting the queue bots to prioritize things by clear rate. So, for example, you could do a queue setup that's easy levels first or something. Okay, luckily that doesn't actually kill my ability to complete the level, I don't think. But yeah, it is possible to jump upwards through this and land on the POW without taking damage, I think. But we'll take damage anyway. Whoops. Yeah, because you see what the problem is here? Because the thwomp is actually tucked on the ground, you can break the mechanism. I thought that might be the case, because it is making contact with ground, and we've seen a couple of puzzle levels that use that property of when a thwomp can or can't be killed. So basically having the POWs be grabbable potentially breaks the whole segment, and the way to get around that would be to A, use something like stumps, or B, just have the level require Small Mario in such a way that you can't grab the POW. But, you know, even with the Thwomp plus POW setup, you would be able to grab it without taking damage, as we saw. So usually, if you have the entity space available, the way that people will do this is to use a stump and bomb setup, so you peel the chain chomps off the stump, and you just have stumps that you can step on. That's why usually with Thwomp train levels, you see stumps being used rather than anything else. And again, that's just an inconvenience that comes from the palette not having just, you know, single tile blocks that are just blocks, right? That are movable. Like the heavy stone in the campaign mode. But yeah, because I was looking at the side thwomp and I was thinking, okay, this is definitely going to be a problem if you can grab the POW. So I did want to test that. Yeah, I know your levels are designed to force the player to pay attention and be careful. That's true, but I mean, that's true whenever people are trying to design dark levels too, right? But you definitely don't want a locking mechanism where the player has to take a death to proceed. In the event that you accidentally kill a thwomp, there should at least be some way to back up and reset the room, I think. Because it's not even that people will do it by accident necessarily, it's just that, you know, sometimes If you're me, you break things just to see what happens. And just to see if the designer has accommodated it somehow. Because I find that I mean, maybe that's why I playtest a lot for people, is because I will just kind of go out of my way to break stuff just to play around and see if I found an actual design oversight or anything like that. And yeah, no, I don't mind the kind of more cautious pace of this level at all. I find it's quite nice, actually. It's a good change of pace. But, in general, you don't want a locked player, I would say. Even if it is a matter of carelessness. And one of the reasons is because, I mean, there are many reasons, which we've discussed on the stream many times before with other levels, but one of the reasons is because, you know, a lot of the difficulty tuning of this level is more in the traditional style, right? And when people kind of play Mario in a traditional style, they're going to come in with certain assumptions about how things are going to work. Like, for example, you know, you play this level and you know that you're generally not going to get dunked by invisible blocks, or as some people call them, Kaizo blocks. Because it's just not that kind of level, right? And similarly, I think when people play something that feels sort of more like the Nintendo style, when it comes to pacing and difficulty, that they kind of come in with this implicit trust that they're not going to lock themselves anywhere. Yeah, this is the opposite of your level? Yeah, looking forward to seeing that was. I'm going to go. Maydrop, you're saying that stone was heavy? Yep. Very much so. And yeah, Life and Blade, will catch up on some of your messages about your level when we get to it. So yeah, this, we'd have to spawn this, that's fine. That's not a problem. We actually had blown this one up previously, and it was not too much of an issue. But yeah, once we get to this area, we have to be pretty careful, because House actually will break all of these guys. And yeah, generally, you know, if you're going hard as a maker as well, you have a tremendous advantage over new players when it comes to just, you know, knowing what the intended methods are, or having more practice with obstacles that you've been clear checking. So I find that, you know, it's very rare that a level winds up easier than someone expects, unless it's some kind of big exploit or cheese. That I rarely see people say, you know, I didn't intend it to be that easy, unless it's something like a cheese. But I do very often see makers say, I didn't expect it to be that hard. Where they had some kind of design oversight, or just didn't think that a particular obstacle would cause a lot of trouble. And that's just something that you need to tune your expectations around. Whoops. Yeah. We've been very careless about this. It's not hard at all. We've just been very sloppy today. Whoops. Actually a pretty gentle level. And because it's gentle, I don't mind the length at all. I know some people complain like crazy about checkpoints, but, you know, it's not a hard level. I don't mind. Just kind of strolling through it again. Whoops. Right on top of that sun this time. Let's go back for the mushroom. And just get rid of it for once. Yeah, it's very easy to lose sight of how people are actually going to read a level when they see it for the first time. I mean, you see that a lot even in a lot of professional game design even. That there are sometimes segments that stick out at you and say, okay, you know, this is the kind of thing that makes a lot of sense if you've played something 100 times and you know how it's going to go. But it doesn't make much sense as a new player. And... okay. Let's go down here. Take the lift up, and then we'll try to be a little more cautious this time. Oops. So yeah, nade drops, I don't mind Kaizo. I'm not particularly good at it. You know, my hit rate with shell jumps is not the best, but if you want to send me Kaizo, you're welcome to. If I can't clear it, I can't clear it, but you know, we'll definitely at least give it a try. Can't quite see the ceiling above that swamp to see if it's accessible, but we can't really get a good spin on it anyway, so... whoops, yeah, shot in the face again. Oops. Yeah, send me whatever you think is appropriate. Okay, let's go through here. Our sun. Here comes the sun. Oops, no, that was still a bit early. But that was very early. It's mostly the bones, throwing bones that are the main issue here. Oh, whoops. Also sloppy. Okay, so yeah, this is the bit that... I mean, if you're small, you can spin over to Pokey. But I think going under with the sun passing through is best. Now, if you've killed the sun at this point, then of course you don't have access to that interaction, and that's a problem. But because then that Pokey is actually a bit of a risk. Oop. We'll make it through. Checkpoint. Let's remember not to just hit start over like I sometimes do. Whoops. Yeah, let's not do that either. Or that. Oh, now I'm not within activation range of the swamp. This is a problem. That's okay, we're right past checkpoint. But that actually is a lock. Yeah, we have enough problems with about that. We're pretty casual about the level codes here. That we... I mean, if you come up in the queue and you decide you want me to play something else, whatever, talk to me and we'll do it, right? Okay. And okay, let's go here. You kind of need to tuck yourself in, but that works well enough. And we'll just sit through the boo ring. I suppose P-Switch would let me come down here as well, but that doesn't go anywhere. That just goes down and stops, so... No real point in doing it, as far as I can tell. I see skewers, yeah. I did see that light up on my way in, so we need to watch out for that. And I can't quite read your name, R3. Or is that meant to be an E, like Retin or something? Yeah, Meal64, you have a great day as well. Thanks for dropping by. That was totally a hit I took from reading the chat. Wasn't very careful. Thank you for dropping by for so long, and I'd be happy to run through yours again when you want to see another route. Yeah, we'll definitely close the queue very soon, so we won't take more submissions. Yeah, because my usual policy is to, you know, close submissions fairly early so we can get a fair shot at playing through everything we were sent. Hopefully that will remain the case today. Anyway, we'll slide through this since we have some ice momentum going here, and since we're going to... Well... Oh, yeah, let's just spin over these guys, whatever. Have to watch out for this bullet, though. Pretty slowly. Okay. Alright. Down. I was hoping to go for the bones there, but that's okay. Oh, checkpoint. Here we go. On off switch, okay. Well, Bowser's coming. Parachute his way down, and I guess we just whack him in the dark. I don't know if he's actually holding a key or we can just go past him. Oh yeah, holding a key, okay. Well, luckily he's a very visible target. And then we must be out of here fairly soon. Of course, I'm looking at this wondering if I can hit the on-off switch again on the outside. That's not what anything I have currently. However, up throw, let's try. Hang on. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, it'll be tight. I wonder if it can be done, just to play around with that, but we don't have a Goom to play with for a while, so... I really want to see it, though. I really want to see if I can do it. Because, of course, that would change the layout quite a bit, and of course we can respawn this guy, too. Yeah, you have to stand a bit closer to do that. I'm wondering if I can, like, up throw and get pushed out. Oops, maybe not. Nope, up throw, come on. No, not really. Maybe someone with better technique than I have can try it, but it looks reasonably safe. I feel like it can be done theoretically, just not very easily. And here's the gate. Oh, Ludwig's here, okay. Can we... Okay, never mind. I was going to hop over and whack him a little bit, but couldn't quite get it. Anyway, thank you for the GGs and for this mission. Hope you enjoyed the playthroughs today. Yeah, like I said, a couple of locking issues in that one. If you handle the POW and some other places. I mean, it doesn't really lock you if you kill the Angry Sun in the second big sun segment. But it seemed like I was relying on it quite a bit to get me past the Pokey without taking damage. And of course, if you're small, you can spin over to Pokey. If you're big, you can take damage on it. So it's not like a hard lock or anything. But we keep our eyes peeled for stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, we will move Life and Blade last in the queue. I'll kind of try to configure that manually. And this will be last call. When I bring up the next code that we're playing, we're going to do submissions. We're closing a little later than usual, so hopefully I can give everybody's level the time it deserves. I'm going to, first of all, manage to queue manually to move Life and Blade to the end. Then we'll go through the list. And then, yeah, let's list it again. And I'll move. Yeah. Okay, let's close. You got a short link level if you'd like it. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to close in a minute, but, you know, this is last call, so just send it in if it's short. Let's put the next one in, and Aldervera Walter, if I've read that correctly, please check in. For the remainder of the queue, no, you just said GG, you're definitely here. For the remainder of the queue, I'm going to be a little stricter about making sure makers respond in chat, simply because, you know, we do want to make sure we get through everybody who is present. But I did just see you say GG, so we'll move you in. And then let me just adjust Life and Blade to the end again, since that's what you suggested. And at this point we're going to close, so I'm going to adjust my stream title and just signify that. And we will play through everybody who is able to stay. And let me just update the bot display too. Should be good. Jingle bells, looped music. Let's celebrate Christmas with this awesome music. Credit to another level. Alright, let's do it. Let's get started. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a global loop where we'll just climb up the level and listen to it. I remember this song. It's the one about how Batman smells and Robin laid an egg. Anyway, Boom Boom is just kind of hanging out. I guess the Thwomp is, I don't know, standing in for a Christmas gift or something. Love how the ornament just kind of blinks to life here. Lovely key on top of the tree, because of course a star would just want to bounce around everywhere. Is that a blue note flattened third that I hear at the top of the melody here? Possibly just from limitations on range of pitches you can have. Okay. And yeah, we have to remember to actually grab some coins. That might be useful. Yeah, it totally is a flattened third up top. Possibly just reaching the limit of the melodic range that you can get this key, so... Oh, let's grab this coin. And if we do have to respawn from checkpoint for some reason, let's remember to go back and get this coin. Last one's probably a safety coin if it's broken up across checkpoints, but we'll see. Okay. Now why would there be... Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's just a quick check to make sure you got through all the available coins. With a timeout protection, perhaps. Although, of course, if you time out after collecting all of the coins and turning them into key, you would reset with no coins anyway, so... Okay, thank you for that. Nadrops, if you are still here. Let's look at yours. You see you in the chat, but yeah, there you are. Can I play Nighttime Jump and Jive? Yeah, let's do that. And Jack, welcome. Yeah, Jack, we just closed because we are trying to get through the rest of the queue currently. If we do it really quickly, I'll see if I can get you in, but we're expecting to have at least one long level coming, so we are closed to submissions for the time being, and we'll see how we go. Love the thumbnails on these, by the way. But Nighttime Jump and Jive, let's see it. Platform Kaizo, okay. Let's do it. Sapphire, welcome. Yeah, we're already running a little later than we usually do. We're on track for that anyway. All up here, okay. We need to run down here, yes we do. Then... no, that was supposed to be a spin, so we can spin kick it over, obviously. Unless we jump off the bottom up to the top ledge and then go back down towards it to get the spin. Yeah, let's just be a little more careful about the mole this time. Then we just need to get back on pace here. Yeah, we'll see about what we can do. Yeah, I feel like I have to go left so I can spin kick it, because otherwise the spin jump might not make it over. Maybe it can. I don't have a good sense of the distance on the spin sometimes. It throws me off like crazy in Mario Wonder that the spin jump is actually just strictly equivalent to the physics of the normal jump. If they eventually have a Wonder theme in, say, Maker 3 someday, I wonder if they're going to keep that. I'm correct with the ledge? Yeah, I thought I read that correctly. We just haven't executed it yet. Realistically, we just didn't really wind up using the spin jump or anything in Mario Wonder. But, definitely was a little strange to me that we, just have that normal jump physics with it. Okay, go back. Let's not drop out just yet. Then let's be careful about the spin direction. Oh, whoops. Almost flubbed that. Then, oh no, we needed to activate the platform first to drop it. I was going for the mole and I just realized I misread that, so. Okay, down we go. Back to the ledge. And just get, whoops, on before it ignites. Were the Pokemon power-ups in SM1? I'm trying to remember that myself because there were all kinds of restrictions on Pokemon when it came to amiibo features, right? Where generally you didn't see them outside of amiibo games. I feel like there were. I feel like there was at least like a Pikachu or something, but I don't remember. Because, no, yeah, you're right, that Pokemon had tons of licensing restrictions on amiibo crossovers. I don't know, we'll find out soon enough, because like I said, I'm planning to return to Maker 1 pretty soon and play that until the shutdown. So. I feel like there was a Pikachu costume, but I don't know if Pokemon kind of had full amiibo coverage the way that a lot of other series did. Oh, too high jump there. I was trying to time that and I didn't get it right. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the falling platforms are trickier to estimate than I think. Because, you know, you don't want to go so late that you're outpaced by them. Okay, here. Then drop. And then that's a little too close, yeah. So if I'm right on the left edge, that's okay. Or if I get a little bit more airtime, but not too much more, then I'm okay. Part of the reason that I was so late and jumped so high the last time was because I was trying to avoid that spike. So we just haven't quite hit the sweet spot yet to get out of segment 1. Oops. Okay. Getting caught quite a bit by that timing, but we'll try to fix that. And back we go. There we go, much better. Okay, we've got to earn that checkpoint. Then it's a matter of dropping around that platform, jumping on a mole. Okay. Nope. Yeah, no, you just kind of have to fall down towards that platform. I can't really jump towards it. As you can see, timing myself around platforms falling off tracks has been maybe the major difficulty for me here. Yeah, last kick doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, I can reset in the pipe if I feel like I'm totally off. That's absolutely right. Oops. Okay, there we go. And up. Yeah, I actually missed the amiibo costumes quite a lot because it felt like a big part of the Maker community just kind of dropped out because the idea of doing, you know, very thematically oriented levels was just severely curtailed by loss of amiibo costumes in Maker 2. I think it actually had a bigger impact than people realized on the Maker 2 player base and the kind of level styles that would be popular. No, too short. How many checkpoints are in the course? Well, minimum 1. We've seen one already. We just didn't manage to reach it. See how much room there is. Potentially a second one. Yeah, the last section is short because you ran out of level. Understandable. I mean, it's built pretty wide in the first section in the main world here, so. Let's go. Wow, we've been failing at that. Drop a little more than usual in the last few attempts. Let's fix that. Okay. That ledge is sorted out, at least this time. This bit's a little tricky. Nope. That spike really does get in the way. Like, it strongly encourages you to just do a straight drop, but well, let's see if we can manage that. Alright, up we go. Well, that's a little cleaner. And yeah, Life and Blade, hopefully when we get to you, we'll give your level some time that it deserves, because we're running late enough and you're saying that it's hard enough that we'll have to see if it's actually completable today. But sometimes I do run a bit of an overflow stream as well for things that we don't manage to finish during your levels. So, but we'll try to get through. We'll try to at least take a look at everybody who submits today, even if we can't really grind things out as long as I would like. But yeah, we'll still be on for a little while longer. So, oh, took too long on this bomb. I could tell. Alright, let's keep going. Whoops. Whoops. Getting a little bit sloppy here. Up we go. Okay, felt like that was a bit of a close call, but we got that. And yeah, it's nice to have a... Whoops. I keep thinking that I should jump when I should really just fall. Do I like bosses? Yeah, I do. Bosses are great. I mean, depending on how tightly tuned they are, but... No, we've seen some really inventive boss fights before, so... No, it's nice to have a good mix of difficulties from one submission to the next when we do viewer levels, so... And just get some variety going. That was a little too early, but it's clear that we should drop. Like, the platform is narrow enough that jumping towards it is just not going to happen. So let's plan around a drop. Okay, here we go. That was a head bump on a ceiling that was almost going to dunk me. Luckily, it didn't. There we go, checkpoint. Let's remember now not to hit start over. Okay. Oh, missed that. Red Knight, welcome. And yeah, Retin, remind me of the level when we get to it. I'm not going to remember it right now, so... Oops. Making... yeah. The tracks match up with the people. Yeah, we'll see what you mean when we actually see the level. Life and Blade. Hard for me to see what you mean when I'm not playing it, so... Okay, right side. Right side over here, a little bit tight on that. I mean, the blocks do tell you where you should stand. We do have to activate every platform, that is a requirement. Okay. A little early that time. That's okay, we're making decent progress here. Still a bit early. Just have to hit that sweet spot. It gives you a pretty clear suggested target. Whoops, too late. Might need to fall off? Yeah, it could be. A lot of obstacles in this level that work like that. Whoa, that was really late. It seemed like we had spawned the Spiny too far ahead of time, perhaps. The timing was totally off. So maybe I was late on something as we were approaching it, and it was already within spawning range. Oops. Yeah, we'll fall off in this segment. If I can remember. No, we want to jump off that because we don't want the lower platform to fall too far by the time we need to jump to the upper platform. So we actually do need to delay the lower platform just a little bit there. Let's not spend too long here. Now that was too late though, at the time. But basically the longer the lower platform stays alive, the better, right? So we do want to jump that. Oh, which I totally forgot about. The level burnt your thumb, so you had to take a break from your Switch for about a week. Yeah, that is good for your health, to take a break. That happens. I mean, I don't know if you were trying to build with Joy-Cons or what, where the buttons are a little bit stabbier. But we'll see. Jump. Yeah, no, we spent too long trapped under the ceiling there that time. Just have to get the timing straightened out there. Jump. No, too late. We don't want that high a jump. We Need to hit a particular pocket of timing, but falling onto the platform is, I think, much too quick. Oops. 8 hours straight of just holding right. That sounds... well... like a lot of holding right. Okay, bit of a shortish jump here. Almost. We were actually pretty late on that. Maybe I should be falling off then. I don't know, I feel like it takes me a while just to wrap around the bottom there just to get into position for the jump that I want to get, so... well... whoa, no, that was awful. Okay. Let's go over here. Nope. Obviously, I'd prefer it if we can get back to the segment that we actually need to practice. Oh, a little too tight against the muncher again. That was like the other best attempt that we had, but we do need to go over to the next falling platform instead of just going down to the lower levels, so it is going to be a tightish jump like that, I expect. And we still need to get onto that platform sooner then. We are still getting onto it too late, and it's dropping too low by the time I jump off. Whoops. Okay, down we go. Yeah, the lower platform is still dropping too quickly for me. Maybe I'm jumping off of it too late, though. And so... a lot of little adjustments in timing we have to make. Thank you so much for the follow. No. I have to give myself at least a little bit of room on the drop there. Is standing still there possible? Standing still where? On one of the falling platforms? Probably not, because everything's dropping, and so... oh, you mean standing still and just letting the platform come off the wall and drop you? I feel like I don't have a lot of control over the timing that way. Rather jump it. And jump it. Oh, missed. Looks like, yeah, we do need it because it's going to fall off that track onto the lower track, and we'll need that platform to be available on the other side, so... yeah, no, I know what you mean, that you think I should just let the platform drop me by moving past where I can stand and then be in position, but I suspect that timing would be a bit late. There we go. And yeah, we need to catch that much higher. I see that with the block indications once again. Oops, too high. Yeah, we found the right timing, we just need to nail it a bit more consistently and also read the follow-up segment a little bit better. Yeah, the problem is that I'm bumping the wall on my way down, and that's actually causing problems. If we don't bump the wall, then we have a smoother run to the right that doesn't kill all momentum on the way down. Nope, too low. Okay, let's try again. There we go, that felt comfortable. Oh, nope. Lost momentum and I didn't have enough time to correct. I had to build up a much better run on the rightmost platform there. I didn't really have the right spacing to do that on the previous attempt. So, let's fix it. Whoops. Is ROM hacky? Yeah, you know, ROM hacks do have a kind of particular aesthetic to them that is recognizable here. Oh, too high. And too soon. I haven't actually played that many Super Mario World hacks myself. I was going to get into it right before the 3.0 patch for Maker 2 dropped and introduced, you know, the Super Worlds, the Koopalings, and everything. And then I just got back into Maker instead in a big way, and then we just never wound up streaming ROM hacks. But I know that, you know, Maker streamers all just kind of inevitably wind up in the ROM hack retirement home. So someday, perhaps. I find the Super Mario World physics to be a big adjustment after playing a lot of Maker. Nope, still too close to the muncher. Nope, too early. We know which adjustments we need to make and in what places. We just need to actually execute on that and clean up some of the sloppiness here. No, way too low. We'll get there, though. Oops. Okay, let me just do a quick check to make sure I know how much we're getting through after this one. Okay, hopefully that's going to be manageable. And we can see everybody before I have to log off. We almost always do. Get through everybody who submits before closing, but I did shut off the tap a little later than usual today, so we'll see how practical that is. Nope. Yeah, doing a straight drop just doesn't go. Because basically it has too much leftward momentum there, and we wind up spending way too long on the lower platform. It drops too low. A little bit of jump there so we can correct momentum, and then that feels comfortable. Nope, whoa. Yeah, again, I bumped the corner there. Thankfully, it didn't knock me down to the spike or anything, but it did throw off my expected pattern for getting the next jump. Oh, nope, too far. Well, that was the best attempt yet, technically. kind of have a better sense of what kind of spacing momentum to go for. Yeah, it's the rightward momentum coming off this drop that really matters. Even more than the height itself. Same here, actually. That's a little jump that we do here, just to get momentum going. Nope. Just trying to sustain that jump a bit and pull back on it, but that was a bad idea. We'll get back there, though. Oh, too high. Way too high. That's alright, we'll fix it. Whoops. A little bit tight in that one. Always just barely in my way to some of those munchers on the top of the columns. Just doing their job. Whoops, missed. Yep. Nope, too much of a jump there, so... That's twice now that we've had too much forward momentum on that, so clearly we need to pull back a little bit and just adjust that jump a bit better while getting ready for the next one as we let the platform fall off the track. Nope. Getting a little ahead of that. That one's feeling a lot cleaner now, though. Yeah, the thing is, you get so much forward momentum from the platform itself that it's actually quite difficult to pull that one back. I almost wonder if a spin jump would be better there, since we don't need a great deal of height. Okay. Oh, got bumped. Against that corner. I guess that's what that corner is there to do, specifically just to trap you if you're being incautious. Oops. That's right, we'll keep going. Seen a lot of these mistakes already, so not much to do but fix them. Oh. Okay, let's watch this jump. Whoa. Now, we were too slow there anyway, because we need to get there quickly enough that once the spiny is on camera, we can't let it walk off. It's going to be a spin jump off of the spiny into an up pipe to finish off this segment. That is, however, all there is to this segment. Unless, of course, there's a little pre-checkpoint joke like there was in this area. Once you go through the pipe into the next zone. Nope. That's not going to work at all. Yeah, that's not going to work at all. Let's leave it as is. Try it again. Too low. Pretty clear to me where the major trouble spots are going to be. Oh, whoops, no. It's okay, we'll fix it eventually. Nope. That corner. Do I know anyone who can draw? Yeah. I know some pretty serious artists, actually. I am not one of them. Anyone who can draw and can teach. Are you looking for lessons? I don't know if anybody's offering, because usually people are pretty busy with their own commissions, but... Oops. I read on you're saying you can draw a line. Yeah, that is a start. Try circles next. I think I'll have a lot of fundamentals down already. Okay, there we go. Finally got that for the first time in a while. Go back. And into pipe. Let's see. Do we get a checkpoint right away? Yes, we do. Let's go down this way and then activate all platforms that we can. Oh, I see. Okay. I see the jump destination from there. It seemed a long ways off. Okay, and then that's going to drop in this way. And GG. Up. Almost, but that's not a big thing to repeat, I hope. Whoops. Oh, that's a bad idea. That's okay, we got a checkpoint. Derbesha Viscera, your levels are treating me pretty well today. We opened with a puzzle that I didn't solve after an hour and a half, but then since then it's been pretty pacey. And I hope you've been doing well as well. It's our first viewer levels session in quite a few weeks, actually, because I was unexpectedly gone for much of November. But we're back, we're in action. And thank you so much for the GGs and for the levels. That was quite a lot of fun, so we sorted it out eventually. It was just, you know, 2 or 3 very specific locations that were the roadblock the whole way. Yeah, Derbesha Viscera, apparently 8MMC is targeting 9th of December. It was originally supposed to be today, but I think they bumped it back a week. And I don't know how many batches it is, if they're just doing one big release or spreading it out over 2 or 3 weeks. But as I understand it, it's going to be comparatively small, but it's still a lot of the makers that were involved in previous years who are back this time, so it's still going to be high quality. Yeah, so you want the spider level. Let's take a look at that. And let me know if I should actually call you Retin. I feel like maybe you might have answered that earlier and I missed it. Because I wasn't sure if it was like just R3 something. It's one big release from what you've seen. Yeah, that was my impression as well, so hopefully we'll make time for it. Okay. Like you spiders, yes, okay. Now, I don't actually read German, so... But, possibly we'll spin around a bit, so... Let's see some spiders. A big spider, help. Okay, that... makes sense. Oh, here's the web. Oh. And then, yeah. Oh, we just need to wait for the track timing here. Yeah, just a timing element. Oh, I suppose these are supposed to be the spider legs, right? Like, that's what the pokies are doing when they're dangling here. Spider is just kind of poking around. Because that's what pokies do. Okay, here's the web. We have to watch out for the spikes. Wonder if there's anything on the mushroom on the left. Probably not. Poor Dry Bones is stuck here. Doesn't seem like a lot of meat on those bones, but okay. And then, yes, after the on-off switch, that's going to be the boss room. And it's just the icicle effect up top. Yeah, we can get within range of dropping the icicle, which... This is not the first level we've had to deal with that in today, but I'm going to try to do a crouch jump up here just to... Whoops. Okay. Yeah, but this slope is killing it, so I cannot... Just trying to get up to the top here, just to... See, there we go. One up. There we go. Exactly as expected. Which is good. Let's go. Okay. And yeah, this is the spider. And it's dropping spinies at me. Which is what spiders do. Do we hit the legs, or what do we do? Maybe it's something entity-based where we hit the legs. And see if we can grab a key off of that. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, because the coins are above the legs, and so we grab a coin key. As long as we don't let the spinies revive like that. That's a pretty neat idea, actually. I quite like this. Because the aesthetics are very clear. Like, you can tell that it is a spider, and then... The natural thing is to go for the pokies, and then the coins just kind of explain themselves from there, which is nice. Whoops. No. Let's do it again. Oh, no. Let's not miss every up throw. Yeah, it just kind of comes together quite nicely, even though you can't explicitly see the coin placements on screen. Whoops. Let's not fall down, though. Yeah, I miss seeing more boss levels like this, actually. It's, I feel like they used to be more popular. I'm seeing a couple of ideas like this. So not every leg has a coin, it's just 5 of them, but... or 4 of them, even. Just... take everything out and see what we can do. Yeah, there's probably 2 on the other side. Whoa, okay. That got a little busy there. We don't want to let too many of them pile up in one place, so... you know what, let's get one on this side so we can have a bit more room to work with. Okay, and then let's be careful. This time I said let's be careful, and of course I just run directly into it. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to kill everything, obviously. We just need ones for the coins. But I can't quite remember always what those are. Oh, it looks like one Spiny just kind of maybe fell on top of the ledge or something. Whoops. Yeah, when they pile up like that in the middle, we have to be a bit careful. I feel like maybe we should do the right side first. It'll be a bit easier to clear first, since we can initially take that point of damage. We'll go for this. Oops. That was just a 1-up sound, that was not a coin. And yeah, coming back across here, after a couple of Spinies have spawned, that's the thing to manage. Just not let too many of them spawn at once. Then, whoop, let's be careful with the icicles here. Okay, and then let's grab one on this side. Then, yeah, we can't quite set a position. We'll just do that, and we're through. Very nice. Yeah, very creative. It's actually comparatively gentle too, which, you know, it's not so much a matter of difficulty so much, but just being able to appreciate what's going on thematically and still have a very engaging fight at the end to get out of that, so. Yeah. You specialized in boss battles? Yeah, I would love to see more sometime. We won't have time tonight, obviously, but or this morning, I guess, if you're in Germany. But that was great. Okay, how are we doing? 3. Shrimp fajitas. We are back for more. Yeah, I think we'll be able to at least see everybody today. Yoshi's Island, not yours. It's okay, could be worse. It could be Yoshi's Cookie, which is also not yours. War Salute 5:40 AM where you live. Yeah, I approve. I've had streams that run that late in my local time, and they usually ran that way late because they were great, and because things worked out well. Anyway, let's grab a red Yoshi so we can be fully powered. Over here, green Yoshi, what do we need him for? Oh, okay, the eggs are just riding. You can bump the eggs into the abyss. And oh, so much for that. That's okay, we can grab another red. We don't actually need to shoot very much here. It's mostly just dodging the other cars, I think. Although, of course, if we can bust this open and deal boom boom while we're at it. Oop. Okay, that's not so great. That's okay, we'll just sit here until Yoshi does all the work for us. And try not to take too much damage. Yeah, too bad about losing the Fire Flower, but we'll check this question block and try to blow this up. Actually, I won't, because we'd have to get the diagonal triple shot, and would have the Fire Flower. I don't think we can. So, you know what? Ground Pound. What am I doing? Okay, that's just a 10 coin. I don't really care that much. We usually go for optional content, but we'll do it this way. Then we do need fire to get through here. Let's not blow up the brick underneath that too. Let's check this way first just to see what's going on. No, we'll check pipe. Clearly... Oh, just coins though. Okay, so even if we broke the brick underneath, not a big deal. Then slide through here. Hijack that. Okay, and that's out. Use boom booms as charging chucks, yeah. That's what happens when you don't have charging chucks. And you know what has charging chucks is the e-reader levels in Super Mario Advance 4. A special e-reader card world in what was otherwise a port of SMB3. We played that recently on stream as one of our last things before Mario Wonder, and it was really interesting because there were a couple of ideas that Nintendo was doing back in 2004 that were very clearly recognizable as maker-style genres today. You know, you'd have your whole Ride to Speed run, you'd have your pink coin collection level, you'd have a couple of item gimmick levels here and there. It was kind of uncanny how, you know, they just independently developed a lot of that. Because when people made a lot of similar genres popular in Maker 1, I'm sure most of them had never played with or even heard of the e-reader world, because a lot of that was never released outside of Japan, right? But Nintendo just kind of, you know, did that independently way back then, and... Whoops. But of course that had Charge and Chuck, which is something that Maker does not have. So while seeing the graphics from Mario grew up in the 80s to how it is now, yeah. I mean, if you look at a lot of the animations in Wonder, one of the things that really struck people about it was how much the character poses resemble a lot of the instruction manual art in games like SMB3. Like the way that Mario, you know, spreads his arms when he jumps. The way that he's kind of halfway facing you at all times, like that's part of it too. Oh, that's okay. I'll just take the damage here. Bit of a tight spot, but slide. And shoot. Yeah. Don't need to be too cautious here, given that we can just, you know, take damage and regain Yoshi at any time. This is trapped behind having the ability to break the bricks, so with mushroom minimum. But we'll take it. And there's a checkpoint. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I also started with SMB1 way back when. I never got used to the all-star graphics on Super Nintendo because they never felt right, but the graphics in Advance 4 as a reworking of SMB3 are actually kind of nice. They're not exactly the same as the all-star sprites, I think, but there's quite a lot going on with the background art that makes it look like a very pretty game. Oops, oh, so much for Yoshi. That's alright, we'll just run it. Okay, and we'll get another red. No, we won't. Okay. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oops. Of course, if she'd like to just jump into the lava after me, she's welcome to, but she won't. Because that's not what Koopalings do most of the time. Yeah, let's just stand back. And of course, the Wendy's projectiles don't reflect in lava, which is nice because you just don't need to deal with them very much. Okay, a little low on time. We'll make it. Whoop, no, no, no. No, we won't, because of the accidental wall jump. Okay. So much for that. That's okay. We were at this checkpoint. That was a very silly way to go, but that's the kind of thing we do around here. Oof. Yep. That was an oof. A very big oof. That's okay. Straight into the Fire Flower. Anything here? Yeah, it happens all the time. We're used to it. Obviously, if we have a little bit more firepower from not dunking Red Yoshi into the lava, that would be great. So, let's lead the clown car over slightly this time, perhaps, and let's be careful not to get bumped into the lava ourselves, though. It's rather important. Nope. Okay. Never mind. That's okay. We can still do the spread shot, so... We'll just stand back. She can't hit me here. Is Mario Wonder worth the play? Yeah, it is. Kind of feels like the 2D answer to Odyssey in some ways, where... You know, the difficulty is much more spread out. Like, there's... And it feels like a very easygoing experience because of that. Because, you know, you have kind of medium difficulty or higher end content sprinkled throughout rather than bunched up near the end like in other Mario games. And so... And as the series has been doing for a while now, it's very committed to trying to have a distinct idea for almost every stage. Which was already kind of the case in some of the NSMB games, particularly NSMBU, but Wonder really commits to that. It feels like a Kirby game sometimes, in fact.
Phew, made it.
Yeah, this terrible mindset that if Maker 2 exists, you don't need another 2D Mario. No, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think the experiences are at all redundant. And thank you so much. And there are a few specific enemies in Wonder that will make you go, wow, I wish we had this in Maker. Because the mechanics just seem so promising, and you only see them for a little bit in Wonder itself. And it feels like the enemy design has tons of potential. Okay, let's go to Live in Deadland. And thank you so much for waiting so patiently. You've been in a queue a long time. No, I don't expect any kind of Maker 3 for quite a long time myself. I know everybody's sort of expecting the Switch successor to finally be revealed in 2024, but we'll see, because it's hard to tell with Nintendo. And the Switch has been an unusually healthy system for something that's on year 7 now. I've never seen a Nintendo system be in such a good place this late in its life, because usually, you know, Nintendo just kind of drops off in the last year or two of a system as they get ready for the next one, and support just cuts off and disappears. Not the case this time. I've been overburdened with things to play. Here's the Spirit of Link. Hey, listen. Find the Master Sword, defeat the dungeon boss with Link mechanics. Let's see it. Yeah, the Switch really seems to have hit the sweet spot. Personally, and I know I'm kind of in a minority on this, I do kind of miss having the second screenplay of the DS, 3DS, and Wii U. And if they found some way to work that back into the Switch concept, I would not complain. But yeah, the Switch, it works out so well. It's just, you know, exactly the kind of system that has that Nintendo uniqueness to it in terms of fitting itself around the way you play and having controls that are flexible enough to permit very interesting and experimental designs. In fact, I almost think there hasn't been enough of games that take advantage of unique Joy-Con features and the like. I was a really big fan of ARMS, for instance, in the first year of the Switch's library. But it's kind of nice that you can have a console that can do stuff like, you know, ARMS and Ring Fit and new forms of WarioWare, etc., and still be standard enough to... There's got to be a better way through. And still be standard enough to accommodate tons and tons of indie ports or games that, you know, play in a more traditional fashion. I have no power up here, and that means that I'm going to die when I come through here. No, I'm just... Yeah. Actually, I could have slid through there, but never mind. Yeah, I missed the stylus-based resistive touchscreens, but basically ever since the smartphone era, that ship has sailed. Everybody just expects touchscreens to work the way they do now. But it's kind of surprising how many first-party Nintendo games don't support just touchscreen menu interfaces, actually, where it's really obvious. You know, you've got all these big, fat buttons in the Smash menus, for instance, and you can't actually touch any of them. Oh yeah, there was this door over here. We'd never actually checked it. We never picked up this Master Sword. That was probably the way you were supposed to get through the top right as well, but I just remembered that this was supposed to be a Link level, because we haven't really been paying attention. Right, because we didn't go through here or the door or anything else, so let's just wrap around and... Yeah, here's the Master Sword, now we can go through. So many pipes. Yeah, here's the thing about, you know, titles and descriptions, is I tend to forget about them as soon as I enter the level, so... Which is why it's too bad that you can't just read the level description in the pause screen, considering that that's exactly how things work in the story mode. That you can just pull up the descriptions at any time. Anyway, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And this. Checkpoint. I love how the ceiling kind of wrecks itself. You know, it's kind of interesting, because if you go over here, you can see that... Well, you can kind of bomb your way down and bomb your way up, but I don't know if there would be anything above. And you'd lose the Master Sword pretty quickly if you did that, I think. Because ice blocks are destructible with the bomb, of course, but the icicles respond quickly enough that I don't think you'll keep the Master Sword for long enough to make that viable. Anyway, P-switch gate down there. We'll keep that in mind. Is there something that comes down? Yes, there is. We'll obviously try to buy time on a P-switch by head-bumping it, the way that Link usually does. Oh, never mind. Okay. Can't really do much here anyway. Let's, blow it up. Clearly the way it's supposed to be done, so... Alright, down we go. Yeah, not much benefit to activating the P-switch late, but it was worth keeping in mind anyhow. Guess we'll check both doors. Oh, okay, yeah, that's just an arrow shot. Then, check the other one too. In case it's consecutive doors or something. Oh, okay, we'll take it. Gladly take it. Then that's a drop shot on the on switch. Down we go. Alright, let's just nuke this guy. I suppose I should go for bombs too, but We'll do whatever's safe. It's faster to whack him with a sword, but... Sure, we'll drop one down there too. Here we go. And that's it. Okay, thank you for that. Now for the last one in the set, which is Life and Blade. You warned me this was apparently hard and time-consuming, and cost you 8 hours of holding right to clear check, so we'll see if we get anywhere close to clearing it. We might not, because it's pretty late in the stream, so, but we'll give it a fair number of attempts, and if it doesn't seem like it's going very well, we'll just defer it and continue it at another point, but we'll at least take a good look at it. We're testing wall jumps, okay, 4.5, that can't be too bad, unless it's a lot of, you know, failing in ways that don't kill you. Oh, you sent me the wrong one? Oh, your second level, okay. You don't want this one, okay. Let's take a look. You replaced, okay. Yeah, maybe the bot failed on that. That's okay. The second level as in true version, or second from the bottom? Second from the bottom or second from the top? True version? Okay. The sun is angry, you better run. C means twirl, Z means spin jump. Alright. I'm terrible at reading indications, so we'll try to remember that, but... See, Barnstorm's got a record on this already. Okay. Let's see how does... Oh, okay. Didn't even look at the bomb. Yes, that's a bit of a timer gate because you're fighting the auto-scroll camera at the same time, so... A little late that time. Interesting pipe at the start. I wonder what that's all about. If there's a pipe that dunks you back here if you're not careful or something. Now, we didn't have trouble with this previously, with the sun coming in. Okay, just a little one-up room that shows you what the checkpoint looks like later. Okay, I wonder why we had such an easy time getting that jump before, and this time it's not working so well. Oh, yeah, no, because of that conveyor that's kind of reversing into you there. We need to jump a little bit there, too. Get over to slow down, perhaps. I wonder, because we previously didn't have issues. I didn't even think about that spot as something that was a problem, in fact. Yeah, we just have to jump right away when we can. Yeah, this a little bit just didn't even register with me the first time we saw it. Whoops, that was just a little low. Yeah, I had a little bit of a delay in pressing my dash button at the start, so I could tell we were likely to be a bit behind.
Oh.
And to be pretty precise, yeah, because I guess the green pipe would actually drop you in about a half tile ahead, right? And then you could fall out of it as well. Since it's not exactly the same start location. Then let's see how the rest of this goes. Maybe that twirl earlier was a bad idea. Did fall behind a bit. It seems like at that point I don't have much control over pace. Oh, whoops, yeah, we didn't use the pipe, but that's okay. Yeah, because at the point, you know, basically if I'm too late to beat the bomb, I'm just too late. There's nothing I can do. Well, let's see it. Try to get ahead of the scroll just a little bit more. It's okay, we were kind of hugging the camera that time. I felt like I needed the twirl to get in position. There's a bomb here, but we can't get within range of the bomb because it'll blow me up if I'm standing too close, right? So, whoops! Oh, didn't even see the belt. Okay. Didn't even have to use the pipe this time because we actually got the first jump down correctly. Oh, you're meaning to indicate that it's safe, I see. Like I said, I don't read indications very well, so that's okay. Got it. Yeah, because I guess if it's blowing up on a track timing, then it's out of my way when it does detonate. Anyway, we're in the clear here. Yeah, nobody believes it's safe because, you know, they don't know what your timing is when it's just hanging around on a track like that, and people trust their experience more than they trust indicators. Okay, I feel like maybe you were suggesting the twirl stare because I'm supposed to slow myself down slightly in order to not run into the sun with that timing, so... Yeah, I find that it's not really my natural playstyle to follow instructions if I don't know why I'm following them. You know, if I'm just supposed to do it so the level has all its timings click into place. No, but that's because I find that platformers traditionally have kind of trained you to read obstacles rather than indications and just kind of read targets. Okay, now we've totally thrown off the sun timing, so... Oh yeah, and we're too late for this block. Yeah, because it seems like there are a lot of situations where we have to kind of follow the developer timing or it just doesn't work, right? It feels a little bit inflexible. Because sometimes, you know, if I'm... Like, I could be in a losing situation already, and I have no way to change or fix it, but I don't know it yet until I'm on the next screen, and I think that's one of the issues we're running into here. Okay. Yeah, too late here. Because that is dependent on the scroll. They have to be totally in position by the time the on-off switch is hit. Okay, here we go. Had to beat the sun, okay. Yeah, I'm not getting enough of a deflection off the springs, I can tell that. Okay, I see it. Spin jump here? That didn't look like it's going to give me the height. Do I have any tips for the Link level? Yeah, hang on, it's a little difficult for me to talk about one level when I'm playing a different one, but... let me try to think about that and answer your question. Yeah, I would say that in the final boss fight, it's okay to give the power. It's okay to give the player the power to, you know, continue. Sorry, no, hang on. I'm thinking about the wrong room here. I'm trying to say something and oh, missed it. Actually, no, the boss fight was pretty good in that one. I'm thinking about something else. Yeah, the... Link level. Yeah, I would say that the early segments, you know, the fact that I could kind of progress through it and take damage and also get myself into a stuck position without picking up the Master Sword was a little bit of an issue. But whoops. Okay, that just fixed itself. But that's the first thing that comes to mind. I felt the later segments were pretty strong. As a bit of an extended adventure. There seemed to be a few spots where losing the Master Sword would just kind of sink you a little bit, but I didn't look at that carefully enough, I think. I know there were some places where that respawned as well. Like in the arrow shot room. You were saying you came up with this level at Life and Blade 5 days before the game came out. Oh, did you just kind of prototype it in your head or in Maker 1, or...? I guess Angry Sun was only introduced in Maker 2, right? I'm trying to remember. I think so. Maker 2's been out for long enough now that I keep forgetting what was new in it. I believe Angry Sun was new. Yeah. Ah, you tried to make it so you are indeed Mario and Link is an actual power-up in the context of the story. Yeah. Yeah, I find that generally with Link levels, a lot of makers find it difficult to strike the balance between, you know, if you are requiring Link in certain segments, then does that mean that you have to just feed the player power-ups all the time? And it's definitely a challenge when it comes to difficulty tuning. And it's true that one of the ways around it is to make Link feel like a power-up that you don't absolutely need, but which you kind of have to. earn, and if you lose it, you know, you have to fumble your way around a level for a little while as Mario, and hope you get out alive. Yeah, so the thing to remember about the Angry Sun, if you are thinking about its positioning and timing, I've played a couple of levels that are actually very good about putting the sun exactly where the developer needs it at any given time. The thing about the sun is that it is entirely camera dependent. It has a completely predictable position based on the player camera, which is why a lot of people will try to use it with auto-scroll. Because, you know, you can actually build very flexible platforming around the Angry Sun and have the sun be exactly where you need it to be to create the right threats or open up the right blocks. Yeah, it does feel like it's a tight timing by about a column, which is probably why the pipe makes it feel much easier, which doesn't explain why I keep forgetting to use the pipe, but, you know, we've had enough attempts to go well without it that, okay, don't really need it. But yeah, I think the main thing I'm running into in this level is more that there are a lot of places here where you're just kind of expected to trust the indicator without understanding what they're for. And that may just be because it's a particularly bad fit for my playstyle, and some people are, of course, much better at that, but... Oh, whoops, no. Limited timing over here before it reactivates. I didn't realize that was going to happen either, in fact. So that came as a little bit of a surprise. Yeah, it's possible to do 3 checkpoints in a level, by the way, with careful use of red coin tech. There are a couple of ways to do it that people have figured out. I've seen a lot of levels use a pink coin powered checkpoint 3. Honestly, more indicators isn't usually the solution. Sometimes, you know, if... a lot of problems that seem to be problems with indication are sometimes things that can be fixed through design. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with the reactivation. I don't know why it's doing it. I don't see what's triggering that. So it comes as a bit of a surprise because it seems like it's a timing check that I don't have the information to expect, and I'm not sure how to fix it. I don't really understand what's going on with it. I mean, is it just a timing check? Because... yeah, it's a little tricky to see what was happening. Anyway, comfortable margin that time. But yeah, when people see the bomb off screen like that, nobody's going to trust that implicitly. Even if you do everything you can with arrows to tell them that it's safe. And I can see what you're saying about your thumb getting sore, by the way. I'm starting to feel it a little bit too, on the right arrow.
Oh.
We'll put in a couple more attempts. I don't know if I'll be able to stay long enough to finish this day. Because like I said, it's pretty far back. And we've been running longer than we usually do, but if you feel like you need to make adjustments or anything, I don't mind testing future versions as well. It's pretty common on the stream that people will kind of send me more versions of works in progress week to week, so we're used to it. I said it perfectly because my thumb is getting a bit sore, but we'll see what we can do. Try to at least get past this little on-off trap here. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I missed that.
Oh.
Wasn't sure what you were trying to tell me with a straight line there, actually. Yeah, I feel like it's absolutely within my ability to beat this. It just might take a little bit of grinding at it. Like, it's not mechanically difficult, but there's a lot that I have to learn how to read about it the first time through. In terms of what's actually happening and what you're trying to tell me, so... Okay. I don't understand the line there. I don't know if I'm supposed to hit that on-off switch myself, or if maybe that was just a bomb track for its own activation. Oh yeah, okay, the line holds the bomb. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it wasn't clear to me, since it looks accessible to the player, although it's not really that accessible, it looks like it's open to the player, and so, because you've also been using tracks as indications, I think that's likely to cause confusion. If you want a timed bomb trigger, it's better to have that out of the way than out of the playable space. And you got a lot of room outside of the playable space for things like event triggers, because, you know, right now you just have a lot of empty space where the player can't reach. And generally, you don't want mechanisms to be inside the playable territory if you don't actually want them to be activated. Otherwise, the assumption from the player is that, particularly when you're under time pressure, that you should try to hit everything that can be hit. So that's something I'd suggest as well, that maybe a bigger visual distinction between things the player activates and things that the level is doing on its own. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, part of the issue here is that it's not an auto-scroll, and that you are letting the player have full control over the camera. That is actually what leads to a couple of issues with timing checks. The thing is, even if you do place an auto-scroll, if you need to stop at any point, then you you know, use things like the bomb walls and those things off. I mean, well, yeah, this part's an auto-scroll, but... I mean, what I meant to say is that I made a bit of a mistake there. So it is not a scroll, but what I'm saying is that, like, because you have certain parts where you're waiting on a scroll break, you potentially have some inconsistency that can be introduced with a sun position, and so... Of course, you know, when you have bomb triggers like that, that's consistent, and that cleans things up a little bit. But... we'll see. Yeah, this is consistent, though. This bit here. Okay, so let's skip that. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, it's not clear to me that that will be a time segment. I mean, I guess the lack of a second switch for the player to hit makes it self-evident, but in general, if you have a timing trigger like that that the player should react to, it should be something that's A, not in a playable area, but B, also visible, so, you know, it's actually possible to see it coming. So we'll see. Get there. All in. We could have just gone ahead of the sun that time. It seemed like I could. Whoops. Missed that. Oh yeah, we're too far back. Okay, we'll keep going. And we'll wait for this. Then we're pretty early in this segment this time, so... nope, we don't want to hit that. But that's okay. The bomb timing is still going to let me catch up. Whoa. I feel like we pulled back a little prematurely. We should have just held right for that. I, for some reason, didn't. Probably because I was hesitating on not seeing what was ahead, but that's okay, we'll just hold right into it, and we should have been able to make it up the conveyor just fine with that timing. And we'll see. go. Okay, let's not hit that. Used a lot of sound effects that the player doesn't notice. Well, we'll see. This part just seems to line up by itself. And then... Ooh, it looks like there's a lot of back and forth later. Okay, checkpoint. I suppose we were just supposed to let that blow up by itself first. But wasn't quite clear. Oh, I see. Huh. Wait, then why did this blow up previously? Was that, Yeah, if it has a forced death, how do you clear check it then? I mean, you must have just backed up, right? Because, yeah, it seems like that's a bug to fix. If this blew up earlier than it should by... I can see it as fairly close to the segment that we played earlier, and it's stacked right above it, and so it looks like it just blew up on the first pass, right? Yeah, I would not suggest doing it that way. That seems like something worth fixing. No, I know the hard blocks don't respawn, but I feel like that's kind of a bug. Like, you shouldn't have a forced death just because of a respawning rule. That was a bit of an oversight. Yeah, we were way behind at this point. We should have been hugging the right side. No, I would honestly redesign to avoid that. Okay, you have to get ahead of the sun and over to the red blocks, I think. Seems to be the location here. Okay, here we are. You see, there actually is an easy way to fix that. Which is that bomb on the top here. I'm going to blow this attempt and just stop here to talk about this and pause. Okay, here's how you do it if you want to fix this. Is that you have another object there, like a blaster, for instance, that prevents the bomb from spawning on the first pass through the level. But then you destroy that object, or if you have like a... You can even have another destructible block, in fact. Block the big bomb. And that block can be toggled by something like an on-off switch on your first pass through this segment. But the idea is that the bomb on the top track should be prevented from spawning on the first pass. Now, I'm trying to think about how to make that work if you're starting from checkpoint, but it is possible. Yeah, because actually what I just said won't work from checkpoint. There is a way to do it, though. I see it all the time. Just as a quality control mechanism. Because I know that you're trying to use the bomb there to basically control the sun's initial timing. But I really think there's a better way to do it. Anyway, we're in the right place now. I'm trying to think about how to do it with a spawn block that would basically not be vulnerable to some of the other issues that we have. Oh, whoops, too late. Yeah. That's okay, we just needed to drop down. And then we just stay here until we die. You'd even have the player drop in from a higher point, actually. And have the... Oh no, I don't know if that works, actually, because it is going to spawn fully over the column.
Oh.
Or what you could do is, instead of having it from a track, you could have another destructible trigger like a bomb that is spawned from a pipe or a blaster or something that's within range. Like something that requires the player to be on screen. Because look at this for a moment. See how you have all this space over here where you... I mean, I guess you're using the arrow segment for the little bonus room you have in the beginning. But if you weren't using that for the bonus room in the beginning, you could have something like a bomb that is within range of the hard block that spawns from something like a pipe with a controlled timing. And if you had that, then you would make it so that the block destruction here only happens when this zone is actually on screen. So when it's off screen in the first segment, it doesn't happen. Yeah, because I guess, you know, if you have hard blocks all over, then the auto scroll is a bit of an issue if you're stacking everything on top. Because you do have a hard scroll wall that goes all the way down. But breaking any part of the wall releases the scroll stop, right? So it's okay to have like a bottom segment and a top segment. Yeah, no, I guess because the bottom is already broken, right? Then actually just fixing this block still doesn't fix it. I know there's a design solution to it, I just have to map it out when I'm not. Kind of near the end of the stream and trying to play at the same time. Yeah, I know you're trying to jam-pack your level here, since it's run right level, and that takes up a lot of space. Maybe I'm too slow there, or... can't actually tell. And yeah, I know you've got a pretty specific timing worked out here as well, so it's going to be sensitive to any changes in the scroll timing. But maybe I should let the sun sweep from down below. I feel like I'm sliding by long enough that I feel like I'm behind the intended timing rather than ahead. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, whoops, too soon. And yeah, Dermish Advisor, we are planning to mostly pivot back to Maker 1. I feel like I actually don't even have time to do as much Maker 1 as I'd like and get through the levels I'd like. A couple months is not a lot for the amount of content that I kind of have on my Maker 1 to-do list. Nope, getting there right away is not the answer. We have to basically pull back and let the sun sweep. So that's one segment where holding right is actually not the right time. Whoops, nope, nope, this is way off. Way off. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, when a whole level's been asking me to hold red, it's not quite intuitive to me that, whoops, that in that next segment, we'd have to seemingly wait out the sun a little bit.
Oh.
I don't even know if that's correct, though. Because the track there is there for the bomb trigger. Okay. Nope. Being a little aggressive there. You get there so fast that it actually slows you down. I don't quite know what you mean. Oops, no. Hang on. Nope, that's not gonna make it. Any mistakes there? Well, let's see.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll put in a few more attempts. Like I said, I wasn't necessarily expecting I could stay long enough to finish it, but we'll see if we can sort out something about that one spot getting stuck.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't see that timing there at all. Because the sun actually is in a rather high position at the point too, where, you know, I'd have to at least jump up into that slot or something to get around it. Given the way the rest of the level works, it seems like I'm encouraged to kind of get ahead of the curvature of the sun as it comes down, but I don't see how that's going to happen. So I wonder if there's some kind of player-dependent trigger here that is making my timing a little worse than what you would have tested against. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nope. Hang on. I guess we can't really pass this point. Okay. Looks like yeah, I got slowed down a bit by the conveyors that I should have been skipping over. It's hard to tell because so many of the conveyors in this level up to that point are required that suddenly I have the flexibility to jump them, and I'm not quite sure what the timing requirement will be. Well, that time I don't know how we managed to sneak under the sun. That just seemed awfully fortunate. Oh, I see. You just jump up towards the switch. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we're out. And there's more. A lot of zone transitions here. That's forcing. Okay. Whoop, nope. I see, and then we can still go through. Wasn't too strict, but there's the axe.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Yeah, I was wondering for a moment if the blaster was going to block the door, but luckily it didn't. Yeah, a couple of things will work out with this one if you're still in the middle of revising it. Like, I think, like I said, there does need to be a bit more visual clarity between the track switches and mechanisms that the level is activating and what the player can interact with, because in the initial read, that's a bit of a source of confusion. And you've got a lot of space to work with, right, in order to build stuff like that. You don't need to pack everything into the track that the player is running along. Even though I understand that a lot of the timings you've worked out are very, very sensitive to small changes. Yeah. But anyway, thank you for that. We got through it. And thank you so much for submitting. Yeah, I think there's got to be a way to fix the scroll stop issue, because that should not be... Like, it really kind of feels like bad design to have the required depth there just because the scroll break was triggered on top level the first time. I think you should absolutely fix that. I think it's a huge problem as the level currently stands. Because, you know, if we don't have you here in chat to explain to me, oh yeah, there's a forced death because the scroll break just couldn't be prevented the first time. I mean, if you're not in chat to tell people that, they're not going to think it's anything but a bug, right? But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that can be done with Angry Sun auto-scroll timing. I think the platforming is generally fine. The readability is actually just a main issue. And there's a lot that you can just kind of move around to improve visual clarity. Yeah, a lot of levels have forced as well. You know, troll levels do. A lot of kind of hold right runners will not, though. Unless you've been playing bad levels in Endless, which I don't endorse. Generally, I think it's something that should be fixed. And you know, like, if I saw it in other levels like this, I wouldn't like it there either, so... It's not... I mean, I don't play Endless, so the lives don't matter. It's more that... it's more the kind of general sense of fairness between you and the player, right? That it's the kind of thing that is likely to make people quit your level. I think that's the thing you have to understand. So... It's not a matter of their life count or whatever. It's a matter of, you know, their sense of whether the maker is playing fair with them. I mean, nobody cares about a life count. It's the sense of, you know... do I feel like this level is worth pursuing, or is it going to pull stuff like this on me? Right? Anyway, thank you for that. We got through the queue today. Thank you so much for everybody who stayed and submitted. We played a lot more content than I expected, actually. And we will send you folks off to somewhere else. We got a lot of new follows and new makers today as well, and I'm very grateful for that after having taken a couple of weeks off. And we'll hopefully see some of you folks again as we cover more Mario Maker 2 here in the month of December. We're going to send you on to somebody else, and we'll determine who that's going to be. Have fun. And thank you so much for watching and coming by, and for all the submissions once again. And until we meet you again, either here or at our next destination, have a wonderful time ahead of you. And as always, fare thee well.